As we continue to appreciate all the participants to this international conference, we continue to say thank you for being here as one of the elements to the conference. I appreciate your presence. I appreciate your early arrival. As we apologize for not starting on time, I can cite the arrival of the keynote speaker, the arrival of a man of high intellectual capacity, the arrival of a man of God, a distinguished professor of ethics and intellectual studies. Ladies and gentlemen, having the presence of Monsignor Professor Obiora Ike from the Godfrey Okoye University, Enugu, Nigeria. He's been welcomed by the Dean of Agricultural Science, Professor Emeka Onse, and one of the LOC Thank you. I welcome you once again to the 2025 Annual International Conference of School of Postgraduate Studies, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. May I now respectfully acknowledge a man of high intellectual capacity, a man that navigates, when I say from A, Ofolobele, Kolona Z, a man of many languages, a man I dream to speak the way he speaks. If you know, you go know. A man that speaks French, Greek, Polish, a man that speaks many languages. Writing them is like drinking water. When I talk of a man of God with double forces, the intellectual force and the spiritual force. I welcome a man with great mission on earth, only for humanity. His capacity in developing characters in the Catholic Diocese of Enugu is highly commendable. Towards reaching out to the downtrodden, towards reaching out to the needy. A man with great vision in contributing, in ensuring that the financial institution we have within our environment comes of age through Umuchinemere microfinance. A man with great vision towards academic development. Godfrey Okoye University Enugu cannot be left out. I welcome you. No wonder. A Monsignor and a professor of ethics and intellectual studies. I will add the capacity. I welcome you once again. Monsignor, distinguished Professor Obiora Ike. Biko kaiko ni aka. Equally seated by his left-hand side, I want to appreciate another good man from the well-acknowledged and known Mamelo dynasty. I welcome you, the former commissioner in Enugu State, Honorable also Luke Mamelo. Sampe, I welcome you. I welcome you. While we are still waiting for the arrival of other dignitaries, our lead speakers, may I respectfully acknowledge, may I respectfully acknowledge the member of the council, ESUT Council. I welcome you, Dr. Peter Wankwo. I welcome you. And of course, I can cite our Dean, the Dean of School of Postgraduate Studies. Having appreciated the presence of our keynote speaker, may I respectfully acknowledge another good man, one of the presenters, the lead presenter, one of this international conference. I welcome a seasoned administrator. I welcome the former Vice Chancellor of Abia State University. I welcome a man with high capacity. I welcome the former SSG to Abia State government, former secretary to the state government, Abia State. I welcome the former commissioner for education, Abia State. I welcome the immediate past chairman, Abia State Independent Electoral Commission. I welcome you, a professor of education. I welcome distinguished Professor Mba Ago Mba. Let's appreciate him. No, na bei, Enugu bu bei, no. I continue to appreciate the LOC for bringing high capacity resource people to this international conference. Any moment from now, we'll be having the presence of the Vice Chancellor. Any moment from now, we'll be welcoming his presence. At the arrival, we'll be having the national anthem, followed by the school anthem, and of course, the opening speech by the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies. So I enjoin you to sit back and enjoy this international conference. God bless you, the HOD of Quantity Surveying, Double Doc, Dr. Aja Hi. Dalo. No. Thank you. DJ, let's have a light one as we wait for the arrival of our EBO. Ladies and gentlemen, I can cite the arrival. At the arrival of the Vice Chancellor, we are going to be on our feet to welcome the entourage and the Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. May we now have the national anthem. School anthem.
We are the children of Enugu State, University of Science and Technology. We shall cast our dreams of ease away and put on armor of technology. Our mother state Enugu demands our best this crucial hour. We shall never rest on our eyes till all endeavors of others are fulfilled. Technology for service, service to humanity. Our alma mater's pledge this is.
Thank you. May I now invite for the opening prayer, Monsignor Professor Obiora Ike.
May we bow our heads in gratitude to God, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty, eternal God, creator of all that is, visible and invisible, we believe in you, and we thank you for all the gifts you've given to mankind, especially the gift of rationality, ability to think, and to make the world a better place. Thank you for bringing us together here at the Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Thank you for the gift of the principal officers under the able Vice Chancellor, Professor Aloysius Michael Okolie. Thank you for the gift of the School of Postgraduate Studies, which is inviting us to share ideas and actions around digital technology, around research, around development, around practice. Thank you for helping us know that the academy must go to town, and we've gathered to listen and to put it into practice. Help all those who are organizing today's and this week's event to have it as successful as they wish, and may we not just enjoy this event, but may it impact our lives in such a way that Nigeria is a better place. To you be glory and honor and power and might and strength forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
You may get seated. Thank you. I welcome you to Enugu State University of Science and Technology. I welcome you to the International Conference of School of Postgraduate Studies, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. I welcome you to this great event with the team bridging the gap between industry and academia through research and development. I welcome our good man, the Capacity Vice Chancellor of Enugu State University of Science and Technology. I welcome a man of innovative, a man that celebrates excellence, a man with mission and vision of transformative innovation in Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming distinguished Professor Aloysius Michaels Nnabugu Okole, the able Vice Chancellor of this great institution. I welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor of this great institution, distinguished Professor Chike Nwaoha. You are respectfully welcome. The able Registrar of this great institution, Ojofo Ganalele No Sir Ambrose Ogo. You are welcome. Our keynote speaker, a man I describe as a man of many languages. You have transformed so many in your quest of developing humanity. I welcome you, a distinguished professor of ethics and intellectual studies from Godfrey Okoye University, Enugu. Distinguished Professor Mosaino Obiora Ike, you are welcome. I welcome you, one of the lead presenters in today's international conference, the former Vice Chancellor of Abia State University, the former Commissioner for Education, Abia State, the former SSG to Abia State, the former Chairman, Abia State Independent Electoral Commission, a professor of education, Professor Mba Ago Mba. You are welcome. I welcome the council members here present, including Professor Oke Oji, Director, Consultancy, ESUT. I welcome you. Including Dr. Peter Nwankwo. I welcome you. I welcome the Director, Academic Planning, ESUT. I welcome you, a Professor of Anatomy, Professor Chike Anibeze. I acknowledge your presence. I welcome the deans here present, including the host dean. I welcome you, Professor C.C. Chime. God bless you. And the dean, my own dean of engineering, Professor T.O. Chime. I welcome you. The dean of agricultural science, Professor Emeka Nze. I acknowledge your presence. I welcome Professor, I refer her as a quality assurance, Professor Omeje. I welcome you. I acknowledge the LOC members, the participants to this international conference, both online and present. I welcome gentlemen of the press. You are highly welcome to Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Today, we'll be having this international conference on the theme, Bridging the Gap Between Industry and Academia through Research and Development. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies. May I invite Professor C.C. Chime to present the welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, Dr. Peter Ndubisi Mba, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of ESUT Governing Council, Sachiaka Oha Odalije, the Vice Chancellor of our great university, ESUT, and Chief Host of this conference, Professor Aloysius Michael Sokorie, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Chike Woha, the Provost, College of Medicine, Professor Ekwochi, Uchenna Ekwochi, the Registrar, Chief Ambrose Ugu, the Bossa, Dr. Oje, Augustine Oje, and the librarian, Uzamaka Ogwo, Dr. Uzamaka Ogwo. The keynote speakers, the keynote speaker, Monsignor, Professor Obiora Ike, the lead paper presenters, and we have one here. The other two are virtual. The lead paper presenter, Professor Mba Agumpa, and also Luke Marmel. The deans of faculties, Director of Academic Planning, Professor Chike, other distinguished directors, heads of department and units, all other protocols duly observed. My great PG students, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great joy to welcome you to this 2025 Annual International Conference of ESUT School of Postgraduate Studies, organized by ESUT School of Postgraduate Studies. This is our annual ritual, and it has come to stay. In today's conference, we have we got the theme, Bridging the Gap between academia and the industries through research and development. You know, PG School is the hub of research in any university. And so we are thinking of having synergy between research output and productivity. So that was what informed our, calling the theme for the conference. So you are all welcomed. So it gives me joy that this conference is holding. I welcome you all. And the School of Postgraduate Studies is also happy that all of you are here. This year, we are proud to showcase the rapidly growing synergy between industry and academia here in ESUT. As the bastion of research and development, the School of Postgraduate Studies is proudly at the forefront of this crucial endeavor. We cannot overemphasize the urgent need to channel our efforts into transforming research findings into tangible industrial productivity. Our actual Vice Chancellor has worked indefatigably to provide the necessary resources for the rapid transformation of ESUT into a center of excellence for both experiential learning and industrial productivity, with the SPGS, School of Postgraduate Studies, playing a central role. The theme of this year's conference, Bridging the Gap between Industry and Academia through Research and Development, perfectly captures the spirit of experiential learning, a vision championed by our dear governor, His Excellency, Barrister Dr. Peter Ndubuisi. We hope this event will motivate and sensitize our university community on the crucial need to connect research to its real-world application in industry for transformative results. To achieve this laudable goal, we have assembled a gathering of the leading figures from both industry and academia to guide us, leveraging their vast experience from the front lines of innovation. As it is, this conference promises the dual opportunity of bringing stakeholders together for interaction and the cross-fertilization of ideas, fostering an industrial transformation akin to the models in the West and China. It is also a vital platform for nurturing our students and lecturers in harnessing research output for industrial productivity. Our speakers are renowned academics and captains of industry, highly distinguished professionals, both locally and internationally. I am confident that you will find this experience truly transformative. We are proudly grateful to the Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Aloysius Michael Sokolie, and the entire management team for their enabling support. We also extend our thanks to the local organizing committee for bringing this vision to reality. To every participant, both physical and virtual, local and international, including our dedicated PG students, you are here because you understand that the most profound discoveries happen not in isolation, but at the intersection of ideas. In this conference, we will engage in dialogue, challenge each other, and cross-pollinate ideas. My greatest hope is that you will leave here not just informed, but transformed, equipped with new connections, new perspectives, and a renewed energy to build bridges that lead to real-world impact. Finally, I thank our esteemed keynote speaker, Monsignor Professor Obiora Ike, and lead paper presenters, Professor Mpa, Professor James Robinson. James Robinson will be virtual, and Professor Ambrose Anoro will be talking to us from America for accepting to serve in these capacities. Thank you very much, everyone. And once again, I welcome you to this conference that promises to be an epic event. Thank you.
I believe we can do better than this. Let's appreciate him. Thank you. The able Vice Chancellor, with your kind permission, may I inform you about the presence of Professor Atama. I welcome you. I equally welcome Professor Uche Ugwanye, the Dean, Management Science, and of course, Professor Titus Enedu, Director, MOU, and Chairman Ceremonial, ESUT. I welcome your presence. Now, may I now invite a man of uncommon character, a man of distinct character, a motivator, a transformer, an innovative leader of our time, the most outstanding Vice Chancellor in Nigeria 2024. I welcome you, distinguished Professor of Political Science, distinguished Professor Aloysius Michael Nabugo Okolie.
I stand there with the full support of my team, the management and the extended management of the university, to warmly welcome all of us to this grand event. I will request to stand on already established protocol, but that will not stop me from welcoming my friends, starting with our Vice Chancellor of Abia State University. I didn't say former, because once a Vice Chancellor, he's always a Vice Chancellor. He has seen it all. You are welcome, sir. Monsignor Professor Obiorike is not somebody we should be welcoming again to this university because he's part of us. You might not know what happens behind the scene. When we have much pressure, we'll rush to him. He always has solution to every problem we have. So you're welcome, Monsignor. We not only benefited from his blessings now, but we are going to equally be entertained by an enriching harvest of knowledge base, which he always shares with us. And we are equally glad to welcome all the lead paper presenters, especially my good friend, Professor Norua, who will soon be hosting us in Texas. He brought something good for this university, and we shall be signing a MOU with the University of Texas. It was supposed to be signed around April, May, June, July this year, but we thank God we didn't go because of the flood. Registrar keep on thanking God that probably we would have gone there. Most of us here will celebrate that flood has carried the Vice Chancellor and the team. So we didn't go and nothing carried us. But we'll go first quarter of next year. So Professor Nore brought something here, very, very good for this university. And we are going to embark on partnership and collaboration with that University of Texas on livestock and the other agricultural products we are going to embark upon. Even though if you take a tour to the Faculty of Agriculture, the commercial and the research farm, you will not recognize that place because a lot of work is ongoing. We're soon going to formally launch that place to the world so that you don't look for, you don't need to go to the market for fish, for fowl, for cow, snail, lettuce. All of them are being covered there now. By the time you know what is going to happen, we're going to be the hub that will take care of the entire Enugu State and beyond. And we are going to take over the market again, because second phase of what we have signed already is about planting oil palm seedlings so that we can now be the market for Enugu and these environs in the next 2-3 years for palm oil. So we welcome all of you for being here. We thank the Dean PG School. Let me start this way. Remember, I'm not a keynote speaker. I'm only here to welcome all of us. But permit me to start this way. We are talking about bridging that gap between the industry and the academia through R&D. You cannot bridge the gap outside R&D. But the critical point is that we must begin to plan our curriculum, plan our activities in line with the demands of the industry. There must not be a bifurcation and sharp line between the academia and the industry. So we've taken a number of far-reaching steps in ESUT as management in ensuring that we take off with a high velocity. Within the past 2 years, we declared engineering a center of excellence. They've submitted their preliminary reports within the past 1 week, and we are going to get that engineering to take the lead in driving technological development and activating the internal initiatives in our students. We must be the engine for driving change. We must be the engine for changing our society and introducing new narratives in the world we are living in. This university, incidentally, is the University of Science and Technology. And our redefinition of that science and technology has to do with any discipline you are, creating and activating the energies you have, whether it's in psychology, whether it is in political science, whether it is in any other management sciences. Activate the inner propensity to act, inner propensity, psychic motor, to change the narrative wherever you might be, not the paper. So the emphasis is on moving beyond this bazaar of distributing certificate to all of us that will make little or no meaning in our careers in the changing global order. That is why ESUT staff, no matter if you're an academic staff in ESUT, no matter the number of qualifications, baskets of publications you have, if you don't belong to your professional association and show us evidence that you've paid your dues for your professional association within the current year, you won't have any promotion in ESUT. We've started that. It is not new. You people cried, and I was happy because it's only when something is painful that it will generate something good. We insisted and we are doing it. You must belong to a professional association. Middle of this month, I'll be attending my own professional association as a member, not as a vice chancellor. You must, under obligation, be united and yoked in your professional association. You can always try to browse yourself and put your name in the Google to know whether you're actually alive. If you didn't see anything about yourself, you're a living corpse, just managing to collect salaries. We must change the narrative starting from this, our time. It was right here in November last year that His Excellency made some policy pronouncements about experiential learning. That policy pronouncement is what we are still pursuing with intensity. We have just commissioned ESUT ICT and Innovation Hub. We bought that building, paid for over 18 months until we bought the structure. We now signed off MOU with a private investor and a vendor, so that if you enter year one, before third year, you are certified in at least 3 programs. You start paying your school fees. You start taking care of yourself. And the certification is in line with the global certification needs as it concerns industrial sector. We must feed into the industry. We must be useful. Don't bother that you read mass communication. It is what you're able to create as a value that matters. That's what will make you the person you are. Now, having done that, the certification starts from October 2025. It was in line with where we are going that made us to now scheduled a kind of workshop, a clinic, a retreat at International Conference Center next week. I think it's 8th and 9th, so that will tell us how to begin. From now till next 2 weeks, we are going to appoint high-flying actors from both the academia and the industry as pro bono teachers across all faculties. We have been speaking about that, and it appears theoretical. The practical aspect has come. We have approved the letters, the prototype letters that will go to high-flying academia, people from the industry that will be coming to teach. Now that you people, the students, you don't see anything particularly so fascinating about us, your teachers. Let's bring people you can emulate, who will teach you the practical aspect of every learning you wanted. ESUT must lead the way. ESUT must show the way. ESUT must be a university. All of us must begin to copy. We've equally appointed a director to coordinate issues of experiential learning. We've equally given him an office, just furnishing the office now, and waiting for solarization project to be completed at that building will take off. He's going to coordinate all faculties and departments as it concerns this experiential. We are talking about hands-on. You are reading political science. How are we going to judge you as a leading scholar coming from political science? Your ability to stand and speak, even if you are wrong, being confident to speak something wrong. That is political science. So even if you are correct, being confident to dish out what you think is correct. So not when you are wrong, you still lack confidence to speak. It becomes a disgrace to humanity. It applies to all the courses. We are going to be judging people by practical things. That is why from October 2025, project writing starts from year one. It's no longer in one single individual. Immediately this year one enters now, they will all be grouped into research groups, and it must have empirical content. It's not something, go and discuss whether Mr. A is Mr. B. You go to the field. It will be a group work. I want to see the values we are going to create by doing this by the time they get to their fourth year. That group result, no matter how infinitesimal the result or the findings might be, let it contribute to changing the society. It starts from year one. Everybody must get ready. There is no going back. There is no revision. We have taken decision on that. That is experiential learning, taking the first lead. We thank GIZ and the group for finding ESUT worthy. When ESUT became the only tertiary institution that attended the Omniverse 2.0 conference in Lagos, we started reaping the benefits because they wrote and picked 3 staff from ESUT and said management should lead these 3 staff fully paid to be in Germany for 6 weeks, now 4 weeks. And we picked our own team, and the DVC led the team to Germany, GIZ, fully paid. The Deputy Vice Chancellor is simply trying to acclimatize. He just returned on Saturday. The other team will be returning on Saturday from Germany, fully paid. Within the past 10 days, ESUT won a grant of 107,000 euros grant. And Agric will host it. We challenge other deans. What have you won? What have you won? Over 100,000 pounds. We've just won it for the special grant. That is the second one we are winning in 2 weeks. More are coming. Now, that team that went to Germany, we are showing us and sending pictures. And what did we see? Hands-on. Every day is not reading. It's not reading. It's hands-on. Doing it yourself. Not when you are teaching engineering. Every day you'll be in the blackboard teaching what we don't understand. Show them engine parts. Bring engine inside the classroom. Show them piston. Computer science. Show them what is computer. It's no longer computer means, it's no longer meaning. It can mean much more than you think. This is hands-on era. I came in from Toronto 2 weeks back or thereabouts, Toronto University, and we traveled to some universities across Toronto, travel tour. Vice Chancellors, we are 25. What we saw made us to be circumspect in trying to say we are VCs. We saw what university should look like. We saw that Institute for Continuing Studies alone was getting more than 60% of the income for the university. Certification. How much is your own getting? How much is your faculty getting? How much is your department getting? Every day, VC, I need computer. Come and carry now. Come and carry computer. Come and carry photocopier. Since the duty of headship or dean is to sit down, I will be spoon feeding you. I was a dean. I attracted within 2 weeks 36 million. How much have you attracted? Go and check the record in UNN. That is what a dean should be, academic leader. you should lead. Head, leader. I've told you, Dean is VC at that level. HOD, you are VC at your level. Show them your capacity. It is competition. It's no longer sitting down waiting for 2 years. You get up and I give you a certificate, you are Dean. Show me what you can do. That is the hands-on. What we have seen traveling, I've forwarded to His Excellency already. I said, I'm coming, more are coming to ESUT from what I saw in Toronto. By the time we return, first quarter of next year from Texas, I think ESUT will be better off for it. I'm not a politician that will travel and see good things and come back, they will not replicate it. They will see good roads abroad. They will see flyovers abroad. They will see everything abroad. They will come back, they will forget about it once you enter the airport in Nigeria. Everything you travel and see, think about it. Human beings created that effect. What are you learning from it? What are you generating from it? I don't want to be accused of presenting keynotes, but I wish to speak clearly that we are already taking the lead in bridging the gap between the industry and the academia. You must key into this project. It is a project we don't have any option. It is already a policy statement by the visitor of this university, and we are duty bound to respect and obey it. We shall equally be in China between January and February next year. By the time we come back, we will bring China here. And it will be unfortunate that technicians in China will be teaching our professors here. Please, let's live above what we are parading. Certificate is no longer the end thing. For my PG students, your leadership wrote a letter to VC. I didn't reply you because I know probably you were not informed. Your school fees, your school fees. How much are you supposed to be paying our school fees? If you push us, I'll push it to His Excellency. He will tell you the appropriate school fees to pay. Very soon now, all tertiary institutions will cease to receive subvention. That is where the world is going. So are we getting ready for post-subvention ESUTs? Are we getting ready for post-subvention PG school? How much did we say you should pay? How much is my son is paying 900-something thousand in secondary school? Pinecrest, go and check. That's my last born. How much are you paying as PG that you're writing me a letter? If I get your letter on fees again, I will give you the proper and accurate school fees you should pay. I've never, since I became VC, received such a letter from PG school. You must not have a union, no. You must not. In UNN, they have prescribed SUGO, which means it is not abnormal that till I finish, you step down unionism so that we can fix this school. No society has developed in this world with democracy. If you have one, you tell me. No society in this world. It starts with seeming autocracy. I'm a historian. I read history. I can tell you from society to society how they were able to develop. It is not do this, no. Do the correct thing, no, you go to court. Something must be forced down our throats to transform where we are. It is only when we get to cruising level that we introduce those things you people call democracy to now regulate private property. That is the essence of democracy. Demo, people. Who are the people? You think all of us are people. There are objects and subjects. It's only the subject that determines the direction, while the object will willingly obey. That is democracy. But on a good day, I give you more lecture on that because I've published widely on democracy. I've equally contributed last week in writing a preface on development trade-off. How do you develop? You must trade off something. And there is cost of development and cost for development. But in any case, let me not deviate. Let me thank you, let me welcome all of you, and I wish you very fruitful deliberation. And finally, permits the management. It's only by providence that we are here. Because the council meeting starts today. And the council meeting was supposed to start 11 a.m. in Enugu. last night, it was adjusted to 3 p.m. starting today. So we are going to equally crave your indulgence that at a point we can quietly exit to go and prepare the remaining papers so that we can be part of council and be part of here in spirit. Thank you and welcome to ESUT. Having done this, I hereby, as Vice Chancellor of this university, declare this highly celebrated conference open.
We can do better than this. Let's keep clapping. Thank you. Working in line with the transformation and innovative agenda of His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State. Thank you, our Vice Chancellor. The bridge builder. Let's put our hands together once again for him. Thank you. Permit me to acknowledge the presence of the librarian, Dr. Uzamaka Ogwo. You are welcome. And of course, the bossa of this great institution, God bless you, Dr. Austin Oj. No. Now, may I now invite for the citation of a professor of ethics and intellectual studies. I invite you, Engineer Dr. Okuchukwu Ane of Mechanical Engineering Department to read the citation of Monsignor Professor Obiora Ike. Thank you. Monsignor Professor Obiora Ike, may you step out for your citation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I humbly invite our keynote speaker for today in this conference, 2025 ESUT PG School International Conference, Monsignor Professor Obiora Ike. Obiora Ike, born in Gusau, northern Nigeria, has written over 100 books, journal contributions, monographs, and edited works on topics related to ethics, education, culture and society, church and development, state and governance, and spirituality. Pope John Paul II elevated him to a papal chamberlain in 1999 as the youngest Monsignor in Nigeria at the time. Dr. Ike studied from 1975 to 1986 in Nigeria, Australia, Austria, Germany, France, and the UK, and holds degrees in philosophy, theology, economics, journalism, and political science. He gained his doctorate degrees in Bonn, Germany, with a specialization in ethics and Christian social thought. He worked as visiting professor in 1983 at the Theology Faculty, Tilburg, Netherlands. In 1996, he became a full professor at the Wolfgang Goethe University, Frankfurt, Germany. And in 2010, he moved to Godfrey Okoye University, Nigeria, as a professor of ethics and intercultural studies. He has served at university councils at Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, the advisory board of the University of Stellenbosch, South Africa, Executive Development Program, the Board of Trustees of Godfrey Okoye University. In May 2021, he was appointed to serve as the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Council of Plateau State University of Bokus, Jos, Nigeria, till 2024. Currently, he serves as the Pro-Chancellor and chairman of council at State University of Medical and Applied Sciences, SUMAS, Nsukka, Igbo, Enugu State. He is the founder of Catholic Institute for Development, Justice, Peace, and Caritas, CJAB, and was part of the founding of the leading Omuchinemere Procredit Microfinance Bank Limited in Nigeria in 1995, where he serves as chairman of the board. In 2015, government appointed him chairman of Enugu State Government Economic Advisory Committee. He was executive director of the Geneva-based leading foundation for global ethics, globeethic.net, in ECOSOC status of the United Nations, and is president of the Club of Rome, Nigerian chapter, as well as the member of the European Academy of Science and Arts and the World Academy of Science and Arts. During Synod of Bishops on Africa, on the theme of justice and peace at the Vatican, Pope Benedict XVI appointed Monsignor Obiora Ike to the Synod as a representative of the Holy Father and expert. Ike served as secretary of the English-speaking global participants. The Vice Chancellor, erudite scholars, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I present the keynote speaker of this 2025 ESUT School International Conference, an accomplished academic, astute administrator, and erudite scholar, Monsignor Professor Obiora Ike. A round of applause, please. Too. Thank you, sir.
Let me begin by thanking the Vice Chancellor, who is the chief host, Professor Dr. Aloysius Michel Okolie, and his team of principal officers and capable colleagues around the various faculties for their hard work, for their commitment in repositioning ESUT. The university has become a destination for Ndibo and others in competitive advantage for higher education deliverables. I was a member of the council of ESUT, and one day we, as members of the council, joined with the chairman, Chilo Ofia, to Abuja to meet the National Universities Commission Executive Secretary, then Julius Okogie. And he told us that ESUT does not exist as a university. He told us that ESUT is a glorified high school. He told us we should go back and put ESUT back into action, otherwise he will even close the institution. Many accreditations were not happening. The university was comatose. And one will think back about ESUT, a university that was founded as ASUTEC, then under Jim Wobodo's government, to fulfill the needs for technology and societal industrialization. We came back ashamed, but Chilofia and our team at the council, together with the vice chancellors who followed, tried to put back ESUT into what it should be. This morning, I listened to the MC say that Professor Aloysius Michael was nominated the leading vice chancellor of the year for all of Nigeria. I want to say that it is correct, because what we see in ESUT, what I have seen in ESUT, going around the universities in Nigeria. Don't forget, I've been pro-chancellor now of 2 universities in Nigeria. 3 weeks ago in Abuja, we had the COPSUN, the Committee of Pro-Chancellors of Nigerian State Universities. They come from Kano, from all over the federation. We meet 4 times a year. The pro-chancellors sit down, each pro-chancellor reports on his university or on his territory what's happening, and I listen from the west to the north, to the east, to the south. And what I see happening in ESUT gives me joy. It is not about the money you received, it's about the way you manage the little resources you have. Look at where we are sitting. Look at this hall. Not yet 1 year ago, and it's already a place where anybody who enters can say, aha, we have entered a university. Look at what's happening at the postgraduate school, and so on and so forth. So I can only say congratulations once again to the Vice Chancellor and to his team. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the host, Professor Charles C. Chime, Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, ESUT. He surprised me with his constant telephone calls, his personal visit, and a letter of invitation to deliver a keynote at this occasion. I accepted because the overall theme resonates with what I feel should be happening between a university and a society. In other words, bridging the gap between industry and academia through research and development. I just picked this volume, which you distributed to all of us, and what did I see? I saw that 102 abstracts have been, I counted, have been written and put down in this booklet around topics that postgraduate students should really be working on in natural sciences, in the humanities, in social sciences, in arts, trying to put across what this entire conference is all about. So I'm really very, very proud of the School of Postgraduate Studies. We are not just talking, the book already shows. And when I take any of the topics, like one I saw dealing with how loans are granted and why they are not repaid, doing a field study, I said, this person, if this author is free, we'd like to hire this person to come and put it into practice in one of our financial institutions in our bank. So whoever wrote that, I don't need to call the name before you kidnap that person before I reach it. So make sure that you can keep in link up with us. There is already a job waiting for you. But what it means, what it shows me is that the School of Postgraduate Studies here at the university is actually doing a lot of work. Professor Chime knows that I came back to Nigeria only 4 days ago. I was in Istanbul in Turkey, and what did I see there? Exactly that which I'm going to address. Our attempt in this encounter is to explore how to prepare future business leaders by bringing classroom lessons and theories to practical experiential learning, moving the academic gown to the town factory, mitigating crisis impacts for nurturing the global economy towards well-being for all. I sat down on a flight with a gentleman whose name you know, Innocent. He does vehicles. There's a vehicle called IVM, Innocent Vehicle Motors. This man has not seen a university from inside. But think about his brain. Look at what he's put together. He was coming from President Tinubu's office, so we flew together and we shared the entire day actually together. What he has envisioned, what he wants to do, what he's doing, how he needs to get people employed, the numbers of staff he's employing, the fact that he gets knocked down parts into a hole and puts the car on the roads, and his signature, how he has moved to becoming a multi-millionaire and a billionaire, and how he has set up factories here and there. Someone who has not gone to a university. And I asked him, do you have a partnership with ESUT or the other institutions? He said, Ana me chefa, onye bia, money aba, aipo ofuma, he wetenke ha, ayanya ha nke anyi. Asụrụ ya n'Igbo, maka na ihe abụrụ ha na-asụ n'oyibo. Ya nwa abụrụ onye oyibo. And also oyibo Nnewi, ị ga-ama na onye Nnewi na-asụ asụsụ. So I'm very proud of the fact that we have people making effort. And then I spoke with the Vice Chancellor. I told him, you know what? We build capacity here in Enugu. We have put up a center for vocational technical training. We call it Olu Academy. Why did we do that? Because we saw that many of our young people go to universities, come out with beautiful certificates, and hang around for the next 5 years from office to office looking for a job. It does pain. When parents, Mama and Papa came to my office and said, Father, 5 children, all of them graduates, none with a job. We fed them in elementary, in secondary, in university. Now they have graduated, we are still feeding them. Anything. It made me to think deeply. Anything. Do you know what desperation language that is? And that triggered off my interest to found in Enugu a center where people can become entrepreneurs. And we gave it an Igbo name, Olu Akademma. What do we do there? We train you to become a mechanic, not by grammar, but by working on the cars, automobile. Actually, the chaplain of ESUT, the Reverend Father who celebrates Mass here, he's a mechanic, automobile mechanic. He teaches the students there. And he lets them know that you don't go to buy a battery and you change it and buy a bad one and bring it. It brings values into the training. We train them into how to do plumbing work, how to do windows, the window houses. In fact, Olu Akademma did some of the windows in this institution when one of the governors was building. Many of the windows were done by Olu Akademma Center. They do glass works, they do many other things, electrical works, and they learn it. So I told the Vice Chancellor, get these people to train you, because we have faculty of engineering and they do all the beautiful theories, but then they have not seen, like someone has said here, the machines before them. So this is an area where the certification which the Vice Chancellor spoke about can now start happening. That between such, and this is one out of many others, one can now be academy in the town, the gown and the town, the industry and the market. Olu Akademma is a best example, not a PR work, not an advertisement. We've trained over 1,000 young people. Not one is unemployed. Not one. They spend only 2 years, and they do 2 days in the classroom, 3 days in the field, in the workshops. And we got machines from around the world, especially from Austria. So you want to see a machine, an autoclave machine, a cutting machine, and so on, and all the machines, you see them there. Ancient machines, but donated. We say, throw them here, we need them here. Because we can't even deal with these sensitive new machines. The electricity will fall 2 times, and the sensors will break. So you need actually to get those things that are robust, that are solid, to empower people. And what's happening? They come now from Sokoto, from Jalingo, from Kavanchan, from Taraba, from Jos, young people from those areas in Nigeria to learn here in Enugu, because we said we want to build a bridge within Nigeria for people of the same nation, youth of the same nation, to know that they belong to each other. Also because our own young boys in Coal Camp, where we have the Olu Akademma, said, main road. So when you go to Coal Camp, our boys are hanging on the streets. They're not learning anything. They're only marketing spare and used tires from anywhere in the world that comes in here, and they have no skill. And we tell them, learn the skill. So we bring now people from elsewhere, and they are coming and filling the center. Every year we have space for 50 to 100. I saw that UNN students now come there to do holiday programs of 3 months. So ESUT, Vice Chancellor has discussed it with me as we are discussing certification. This is an area where you can follow up with. Colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak with razor-sharp bluntness. I came back from Turkey, as I said, and I attended a conference that actually was dealing with the same issues. The topic we were handling in Turkey was economics and society, pathways to inclusive growth, overcoming challenges in developing emerging economies. It is statistically known that each year, around 40 million students graduate from business schools, from business programs, for 40 million students, shaping the future of our economics and societies. But then, many of them in African countries graduate into what you might call an empty space. I see it in Kenya, I see it in Gambia, I see it in Guinea, I see it especially in Nigeria. They graduate, they have beautiful certificates, and they hang around. So what has happened? Because we made the academy not a training center. The Vice Chancellor said it very clearly, and I have it on my paper. I lived in Germany, I went to school in Germany. And what does Germany do? They have the duales system, Bildungssystem, dual. Duales system means you do theory and practice all your life. And not for entire Germany, a country of 87 million people, probably 2% have ever gone to a university. The rest don't go to a university. If you are making hair, there's a professional group for hair makers. If you are cutting nails, there's a professional group for cutting nail people. If you are a baker making bread, so everybody is already a Fachmann, Fachfrau, Fach. Fach means discipline, profession. And they belong to the chambers of these various institutions, pay their taxes and get covered by them. So when you have a Fach, you have a certificate. Nurses, taking care of old people, whatever it is. And it is a functional society. So what we need to have is a functional society, where you do not have the gap of people who are knowledgeable, but they cannot put their knowledge into action. And that's one of the things the postgraduate school is trying to achieve. An environment must make it possible. The Nigerian environment should make it possible. The Nigerian environment is one, I'm leaving now my paper slides and so on. I'm just going to talk to you so I don't distract you too much. The Nigerian environment is one where a government plays a role, stakeholders at various levels play a role, but that is where the failure has started. I was born in Guzo. When I go to Guzo, it is a place now that is challenged by bandits. They have plenty of gold, but you cannot walk on the streets freely. Guzo is at war. I went to school in Kano and in Gombe. We also lived in Maiduguri. I started my nursery school in Plateau State. The entire northern Nigeria has imploded. But it has trickled down because when oil touches one finger, it moves around. So the society and the environment for development, for additional value, for, let me say, entrepreneurship is lacking because the political leadership have not done that which they should be doing. It's a stakeholder orientation. Everybody playing their own role, then we have the balance we need. We therefore have to ask our political leadership, and Enugu stands out incidentally as one of the states that is being jealous all over the place. Enugu State, under a governor, a young man who has tasted industry and can now be talking to that which he knows best. Because there is something about not being a politician in the classical sense, in the Nigerian quotable moment, politician in the sense of let us share the thing, but someone who says, how can we increase the cake? Driving the roads, looking at what's happening in terms of infrastructure, in terms of soft structure, in terms of schools. 2 days ago with the Secretary to State Government in Enugu, we taught some local government fab there in Ezeago just to see. They have just done 1 year, the local government chairman, and each of them is showing what they had done. What did we see? Even at the local government levels, some local government chairpersons are trying their best. So there is that need, first, to bring the political ecology into positioning. What Governor Peter Mba is doing, what some local governments is doing, help us to talk that which the Vice Chancellor and the postgraduate speaker the professor had said earlier. Create an environment where then the teachers will be taking their own role. The students will be taking their own role. The financiers will be taking their own role. Let me use Turkey as an example. Permit me just to do that. Turkey was a country, first of all, its background. That was the place where St. Paul did most of his missionary journeys. When you hear about Antioch and Pisidia and Lystra and Icone, those names you see, St. Paul was going here and going there. The Turkey of those days included places like Thessaloniki, and Ephesus, areas, thank you very much, areas in the Bible. Can I take? So that Turkey of that time, following the Ataturk wars, following the First World War that collapsed many empires, including the Turkish Empire, the Ottoman Empire, that Turkey was made to become an agricultural country. In fact, their value was only agriculture, nothing else. And they were made to stay there. But what did I see? I saw a country that is half Asia. Constantinople, today Istanbul, is half Europe. They belong to the NATO, the National Atlantic Treaty Organization. Nobody agreed to build steel for them. But now the Russians came and built steel industries for them. They now produce cars. Turkey producing cars. Turk. And their cars are first class. They have become a leading voice. Majority are Muslims. But Islam, the constitution is completely, absolutely secular. There's nothing about bringing religion into the world of managing the state. The constitution even forbids you from making it real. Just go and be a citizen. They lead the Arab world. They lead Arab countries and Central Asian countries. But they have a certain guarantee for their citizens. You cannot imagine a Turkey wanting to fly somewhere and are refused visas. We had Nigerians who wanted to come to Turkey for this conference. They were granted visa on the day of the workshop. So they came 2 days later when the conference was almost ending. But others will come on time because the countries must also fight for their own citizens. I saw small businesses that are flourishing. But above all, what I saw was a country where a military coup happened. A military coup happened. But it was not the military who stopped the coup. It was citizens who went on the road to stop the military. I'm thinking about Nigeria. I was very edified. So I come back now to my country, and then the abstracts presented by young people who came from South Africa, from Ghana, from Gambia, from Guinea, from Sierra Leone, from Ethiopia, gave me a hope, and also from Nigeria, that the future of these young people who are making efforts, trying to struggle everywhere, must be built on interdisciplinary collaboration. So that is something we should be thinking about. Interdisciplinarity is the name of the game. You cannot just read medicine in a monolithic manner or read French languages. You have to now interdisciplinary. I mean, I listened to the Vice Chancellor speak political science, talk economy, talk technology, and so on and so forth, talk administration, talk management, all in one speech. We must become wholly congruous in terms of our thought development. Part of the things a postgraduate institution offers. I want to look at poverty index because it makes me shock. We are not giving up hope, but we are looking at the reality on ground. And what is the reality on ground? Of course, because of the colonial legacies, the weak domestic institutions, the commodity dependence, we have to import everything, including things we can do. And I'm asking myself, why must that be? Because we can. I go to Vietnam and I see them use bamboos to do the works for which we import steel and aluminum from other countries. So there is something also about cultural identity and elevating that stuff of what underinvestment in human capital means. And of course, the fragile shocks which we see around. So the poverty environment gives me some worry because I see households not able to cope. You earn a salary, you can't even pay the rent at the end of the month, talk less of feeding your children, so that corruption now becomes a way of life. So corruption becomes a way of life. People now have to cut corners to make ends meet. And these are those topics where I think that the academia have a role to play. I sat down and asked my Turkish people. They said there are people whose work is only to think for the state. They do nothing else. And they don't think 3 years, they think 20, 30, 40 years ahead. They are like think tank for the country. Not everybody can sit down and do that. So these ones, they do the think tank, they supply it to the elite at various levels, economy, society, culture, and so on, and they use them to practice. So ESUT can start thinking serious, but not just ESUT. It's our own role, even as church, that we start thinking about. The Catholic Church does that perfectly well. They sit down and do councils that guide the next 100 years. They always see beyond, but that's part of their mission. We are a people on mission, and you keep on going, you don't stop. So we need to bring it down to the social and political process. There's an area where I think something has happened. We are no more a closed society. We're actually an open society. Globalization has taken place. The watch I'm wearing, the soutane I'm wearing, the glasses I have, the shoes I put on, the car I drive, they come from all over the world. So we cannot be global citizens in what we wear and we want to be local in the way we think. We must also accept the global environment. You cannot come and say, because I'm a governor or whatever, everything comes to my village. We have gone beyond that. And that's how Nigeria must be. No wonder President Tinubu yesterday in his speech spoke about what P2B has been talking about, moving from consumption to production. I read it in President Tinubu's speech yesterday, but P2B had been saying it for many years this time. And then the president said, buy Nigerian-made goods. So there is something in the globalization world where when I live in Geneva and I want to buy gari or palm oil or crayfish or onions, they are made either in the Caribbean or they are brought from India. But my country, Nigeria, produces these things, but we're not able to export. Why? Because we're not producing enough. Why? Because we can. 80% of the world's arable land is found on the African continent. So we've reached a stage where the globalization of production has to happen. There is a market. The globalization of capital, we have so much of it, but it's in private pockets. President Tinubu said it again yesterday, how much money they have been able to do, but he didn't tell us how much money has been lost on the road. When you see 17 billion being slammed on one person, the chairman of NNPC has haven't been lost or taken. 17 billion. Let ESUT be given just 1 billion out of it, and we turn the entire place. The globalization of trade and even the globalization of knowledge. These are areas where I think there is a lot of work for us. I want to come to a conclusion because I give you now a vision of where, for example, as ESUT, as citizens, as Nigerians, we must take a stake in the global village. We have what people call, there are 5 points there, we have what people call critical resources. God has blessed our countries with this endowment. You talk about the critical resources, you talk about minerals, we have them here. And everybody wants these minerals. In Congo, in Nigeria, anywhere you go. I was driving on the way to Kaduna some recent time, still this year, and I saw one of the hills going down and Chinese tractors pulling the hills down. But what was there? Lithium. And they were cutting them, carrying them as raw materials to China. And the Nigerians said, please bring down this hill which we have been worshiping. The Jujus there are fighting our Gwari people. We cannot progress. And the Chinese bring their tractors and carry our rare minerals. This is something we have everywhere. Look around you. Eke, glass. The entire Ezeagu is oil, gas, found by the British far back in 1954, before Oloibiri in 1958. But that's one point. The second point is demographic power, the youth. All of you know that Peter Mba was writing about that in his speech in Lagos not long ago. 60% of the youth of our country are below 25 years. So a population of 240, 250 million, 60, 70% are below 25 years, not 30 and 40, they are still youth. So we have a demographic power, which means the future belongs to us. Comparatively, Italy is on minus demographic decline. Many European countries are in decline. That's why migration is an issue. People will still need us in spite of robotics and artificial intelligence. So the consumer market, those who have to buy things, we have a strong market. And that's why anybody who's gone to a postgraduate school must know that the academy cannot do academy without also some profit in terms of adding value to society. So the consuming, the power see Africa as the future. But even the geopolitical positioning, if you look at Africa as the center of the world, whether it's the Indian Ocean on the right, or the Atlantic Ocean on the left, or the Mediterranean in the north, anybody going from east to west must pass through Africa. We have a strategic positioning. Or food. What kind of food don't our people have? Land. I was a child in Gombe, and they taught us a song. Nile, Niger, Senegal, Congo, Orange, Limpopo, Zambezi. Long rivers. River Nile is the longest. River Niger, you know where it starts from, Baksha in Chad and in Mali. And so very long rivers. The rains were very happy. Someone comes from Saudi Arabia, I'm being told by my friend in Abuja, lands in Abuja, it was raining. With all his gown and so on, he runs under the water and to say, please water, rain, fall on me. He has not seen rains in his place for 80 years. We'll have too much rains, and after the rains, our children carry bucket to go and fetch water. But the rains were just falling over your house. So what happened to the one heaven gave you? Because our people have not learned how to, for example, design things that make you get water, whether it is underground wells or container and so on and so forth. Innocent does that and some few others. So we have a lot of resources. We can do it. I just want to encourage you that economic resilience is done by human beings. We are those who should be doing these things. And what I'm presenting is already PowerPointed, is also written down. It can be circulated to all those. I hope the documentations can take place. I found it very interesting that your university asked me to come and share a few moments with you at this occasion. I do it very well. The only important thing last to say is that we cannot achieve anything without an ethical foundation. Values-driven higher education makes the theories better. If you are talking to animals that don't have conscience, they don't understand, you can only discipline them. But human beings must have an ethic, a character that makes you to do the things because they are right. And this is where we are failing in our educational models. Character integration, ethical values orientation, a gap that needs to be filled. And then, of course, the soft skills and the hard skills can then be acquired. May I say that if you've forgotten everything I have said, not just to forget that here on earth, we are those who must make the world a better place. God has given us the ability. So it's left for us to use our hands, do the skills, integrate it, teach others, and move on from there. God bless you.
Wow. Bridging the gap between the industry and the academia. Let's appreciate distinguished Mosaino Professor Biorike once again. An erudite scholar. As he takes his seat, may I respectfully acknowledge the professors in the house, Professor Oga, Professor Adonai Ukechukwu-Okonkwo. I appreciate your presence. I welcome you, very Reverend Father Paulinus Udewago of Enugu Diocese. I appreciate your presence. And of course, very Reverend Father Engineer Francis Ago, the Director of Pontifical Mission Society, Enugu Diocese, and Director of Investment, Enugu Diocese. You are highly welcome. Thank you. Now, as we proceed, may I now invite for the citation of the first lead presenter in this international conference. May I invite the HOD of Pharmaceutical and Medicinal Chemistry in the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences. I invite you, Dr. Amaka Okorie, as you read the citation of a professor of education. I invite you, Professor Mbago Mba, to come and stand for your citation. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol as I present to us citation of Professor Mba, Ago Mba. Introduction. Professor Mba Ago Mba is a towering figure in the world of education, leadership, and public service. Hailing from Ndebe, Amuba, Ameke, Abreba, and Ohofia local government area of Abia State. His life story is one of the extraordinary vision, service, and trailblazing excellence, academic journey, and scholarship. Professor Mba began his career in 1982 as lecturer 2 at the prestigious University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Within just 7 years, by 1989, he had risen to the rank of full professor of education in Imo, now Abia State University, an achievement that underscored his brilliance and dedication. Over the years, he has authored over 200 scholarly works, including books, peer-reviewed journal articles, and conference papers. Both nationally and internationally, his scholarship has shaped generations of educators and continues to inspire the global academic community. Service at Abia State University, 1989 to 2010. At Abia State University, ABSU, Professor Mba left indelible footprints in various capacities. Dean, Faculty of Education, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Director, Center for Primary and Non-Formal Education, Public Orator, Vice Chancellor. As Vice Chancellor, he transformed ABSU into one of the best respected universities in Africa. Under his visionary leadership, the university won multiple awards, including Best Managed University in Nigeria, 2007 by NANS, Best Managed State University in West Africa, 2008 by WASU, Most Humanitarian-Friendly University in Africa, 2009 by Institute of Humanitarian Studies, Best Managed State University in Southeast Nigeria, 2007 to 2009 by National Association of Southeast Students. His tenure as Vice Chancellor was remarkable for groundbreaking reforms, ensuring timely graduations, eliminating examination malpractice, introducing computer-based assessments, securing full NUC accreditations, enforcing decency and discipline, empowering indigent students with campus jobs, and embedding entrepreneurship and moral values into academic life. National and international engagements. Beyond ABSU, Professor Mba's expertise has been sought by global and national organizations, including the British Council, DFID, UNICEF, UNESCO, UNFPA, Federal Ministry of Education, National Teachers Institute, SPEB, and ASPEB. His consultancies and resource contributions shaped education policy and development across Africa. Awards and distinctions. Professor Mba has received over 100 awards from local, national, and international bodies. Some notable honors include Africa's Most Distinguished Vice Chancellor, 2009, All African Students Union. Best Vice Chancellor in Social Development in Africa, 2008, Institute for Humanitarian Studies. Most labor-friendly Vice Chancellor in Nigeria, 2006, SANU National. Best Vice Chancellor of the Year in Nigeria, 2010, Vision Africa, London. 13th Kwame Nkrumah Award for Excellency in Leadership, 2010. Distinguished Leadership Awards, 1994, American Biographical Institute. Listed International Directory of Distinguished Leadership, 1994. Service to Abia State and Nigeria. Between 2003 and 2005, Professor Mba served an Honorable Commissioner for Education, Abia State, where he revolutionized the education system. Later, he was appointed Secretary to the Abia State government, 2011 to 2015, earning recognition as the best performing SSG in Niger Delta, 2013. He also served as the chairman, Abia State Independent Electoral Commission, ABISEC, upholding integrity in governance and electoral administration, community and national honors. In recognition of his immense impact, Professor Mba holds several revved titles. 1, Amumanezi Uzo, the lightning that shows the way, Abriba community. Ugumba, pride of the community, Ohafia, local government area. Eyi Abia, elephant of Abia, by Abia State government. At the national level, he has been decorated with the Officer of the Order of Federal Republic of Nigeria, OFR, by the federal government, a legacy of transformation. Professor Mba Agumba is more than a scholar and administrator. He is a reformer, bridge builder, mentor of youth. His life embodies service, intellectual distinction, and uncommon leadership. Whether in the classroom, in the university system, government corridor, or community service, he continues to shine as a beacon of integrity, knowledge, and inspiration. Join me with a clap of ovation as we welcome to the podium Professor Mba Agumba. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please, the keynote speaker, my revered Monsignor, I salute you. Other distinguished personalities that are here, the Vice Chancellor and the school management. I join Monsignor to appreciate the wonderful work the Vice Chancellor and his management team are doing in this place. When I came in here, incidentally for the very first time, I was wondering whether I was in a state university, a federal university, or overseas university. Kudos to the great job that the Vice Chancellor is doing. I was happy that I spent some time in his office before coming here, and
he took us through much of what he told us here. The fantastic milestones, groundbreaking innovations, and collaborative linkages that ESUT is establishing with Texas State University. Wonderful thing to do. And after listening to him, I wondered why they brought me here to speak. I mean, it's already something that is part and parcel of your system. But I'm happy to be here. There's nothing strange after listening to Monsignor. I mean, what else do I have to say? But you people should have done me the favor of asking me to speak first before him. Well, no problem. At least when my citation was read, there was some ovation. So if after my presentation you don't give me another one, I'll make do with the one you had given me before. Having said that, please come and guide me. All right. Sorry. How do we go? All right. The topic I should speak on: collaborative partnership for sustainable education systems in Nigeria. Collaborative partnerships. I decided to go down the line in the interest of those who do not know why we are here. I started with the definition of the terms, not imagining that we know what these things stand for. And PG students, you are extremely blessed that you are in an environment where you are being tutored to grasp and grab what many institutions are not doing. It might appear strange, it might appear troublesome, too demanding on you, but I assure you, you are exposed to skills and capacities that will launch you far ahead of your contemporaries in other universities. For you to be compelled, or would I say encouraged, to be part of at least a conference is something great. Don't take it for granted. And the theme we are examining today is something that has launched other countries onto international and developmental limelight, and we are clumsily as a nation crawling behind. Nations develop on account of the synergy that exists between the town and the gown. Monsignor stressed this. Why are we unable to move? 3 weeks ago, I was at the African Curriculum Association conference in Abuja, and there were countries all over Africa represented. The 5th conference was hosted by Nigeria. I think the first was South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, and this time Nigeria. I was supposed to talk about making the curriculum of our institutions Afrocentric, and my question was critical and cardinal. Why is it that 65 years after independence, Most African countries are unable to manufacture from start to finish an engine. Why? What kind of education did we receive? Those that are manufacturing the vehicles, what is happening? Our people are in similar institutions that train those specialists. Why is it that in Africa, there are about 7 countries in Africa that are tinkering with manufacturing, including our brother, Innocent. Innocent does not manufacture engines. We assemble, he designs the body. But does he manufacture the engine from scratch? The answer is no. Why not? These are questions we must ask ourselves when we are talking about town and gown. What is it that they are not teaching us? Who taught them? When we are talking about synergy between town and gown, let me tell us, the white man would not want you to develop. As long as our educational system is the way it is, we will continue to remain raw material producers, and that's what they want us to be perpetually. And part of why we are here is to say no. We want to be producer nations, not consumer nations, not producers of raw materials. And it is only when there is reasonable, substantial, productive, meaningful synergy between the academia and the industry that we can get it right. And that's why we are here. We salute the postgraduate school on the great initiative of convening this all-important conference. Now, let's move. Sorry. The collaborative partnership, I've talked of the importance. So, what shall we do? We will, oh my goodness. Okay. What do we mean by academia-industry collaborative partnerships? How do we achieve a successful partnership? What's the need for it? What are the types of partnership in education? Are there examples of successful partnerships? I'm happy that the Vice Chancellor has given us an example of a partnership of this institution. Okay? All right. What is happening? Please come and control this. Sorry, I'm a novice in this. Okay. It's simply a relationship in which the two, the academia and the industry, agree to relate in ways that are mutually beneficial to both. The principle is that each partner has something to offer, something to bring to the table. The industry brings the industrial environment where the academia will practicalize the theories that are learned in school. I'm not touching it and it's moving. Is anybody controlling it from somewhere else? So, the underlying principle is that each partner has something to offer to the benefit of the two collaborating partners. And each has something to gain. For the academia, okay, for the industry, I started with the academia. Okay. You and I, who belong to the educational sector, particularly at the tertiary level, it is publish or what? Perish. That is why most of our research findings appear buried in libraries, and they hardly find expression in the real world. But when there is a relationship between the academia and the industry, the researchers' work output can be translated into practical application to solve real-world problems. And we can illustrate this by examining how a university researcher, hypothetically on a renewable energy, may partner with a solar panel manufacturer, leading to the development of new or more efficient solar panel system. So, for the academia, his research is brought to bear on real-world experience. The academia receives funding because, depending on the nature of research, you may not have all the funds. But when there's a partnership, the industry is prepared to bring funding that will support the activities of the university lecturer. For example, we talked of a hypothetical situation in which a pharmaceutical faculty collaborates with a pharmaceutical industry to produce and test a new drug that may cure prostate cancer or any other kind of ailment. There is also enhanced training opportunities and curriculum development. These benefits, that's the third benefit, institutional collaboration with industry provides an invaluable opportunity for enhanced and more efficient training, which the institution may not be able to provide. An example, an engineering department can partner with a tech company to develop a joint internship program where students gain hands-on experience, training, and contribute to ongoing projects. And you can see from the foregoing, there's a benefit between the industry, for each partner. Now let's see. Give us the next slide. And for the industry, industry has access, when there is this partnership with the university, there is access to cutting-edge research and experience. The industries may not have the laboratory or the personnel which the universities will have. And by this partnership, industries can gain access to the latest research findings, specialized knowledge, and talented researchers, providing a competitive advantage. As an illustration, a software company may wish to collaborate with a university's artificial intelligence lab to integrate advanced machine learning algorithms in their products. The company would normally provide the funds while the university undertakes the research and comes with its research output. So the research output becomes a benefit which the industry utilizes. When there is this collaboration, there is a reduction in the research and development costs, because if every industry has to establish its laboratory, equip the lab, hire labor or skilled manpower, the cost of production will be high, and the goods and services will also be very high, and the cost on the consumers will be high. So there is a benefit to derive when there is this partnership. So there's a reduction in the costs. Part of the cost is borne by the university. Next slide. Okay. Acquisition of talented manpower. When there is a synergy, and what is most popular in many institutions is the SIWERS program, the Students Industrial, Work Experience Scheme. That's what we find most popular. And assuming a car manufacturing plant like Innocent, whom we have just mentioned, offers opportunity for students of engineering department of ESUT to work in the SIWERS program in the company's design department. And at the end of the program, students that were outstanding in the program are selected for permanent placement. You can see that the synergy between Innocent and this university has produced competent manpower. So there is, all that I've been trying to do is show us the relationship and the benefits, mutual benefits between the industry and academia. From the foregoing, we can itemize the varieties of collaborative partnership types. One is joint research projects, which we have mentioned. Funding and grants, there is funding. Internship and cooperative programs, go on. Licensing agreements, when both academia and the industry agree. There is also agreement on the patents, licensing agreements. How will the product be licensed? Who will benefit? And both will benefit. Academia and industry can establish joint innovative centers or laboratories where researchers and industrial professionals work together to develop new technologies, products, or services. These centers often serve as hubs for innovation and knowledge transfer. Then research and development partnership. Go on. That's what we've been talking. Father Monsignor did much of it today. PhD and master's degree thesis sponsorship. Companies can sponsor PhDs or master's degree students and provide financial support and practical insight. This helps students gain industry-relevant experiences while working on research projects. That's another. So knowledge transfer, curriculum development, and professional development. So when there is this partnership, we are just trying to let us know types of partnership that can exist and the benefits that we can derive from the next slide. Now let's look at some successful collaborative initiatives that have existed in this country. I'd like to start with the one the Vice Chancellor talked about. I didn't have this information, even though the MOU is yet to be signed sometime in April. That's why it's not represented here. But the Green Building Council Nigeria is partnering with some universities to develop sustainable building practices, green buildings, rating systems, or research on climate resilience infrastructure. And they are collaborating with Federal University of Technology, Akure, Ahmadu Bello, Zaria, Federal University of Technology, Minna, University of Jos, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awka. Go on. Okay. Another university industry collaboration. Some universities are established partnership with local trade associations and vocational institutions to develop training programs and vocational practices that promote sustainable building. In UNILAG, there's a partnership with United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and local industries like Computer Village in Lagos to develop innovative hubs that improve practical training for students. The University of UNILAG is also collaborating with these institutions to establish Nigeria's first artificial intelligence core. Okay? Through it, the Innovation and Technology Management Office, TMO, at the UNILAG, partnerships have been established with Akwa Ibom University, Baraya University, Ladoke Akintola, Lead University, Michael Okparag, Obafemi Awolowo, UniBen, UniBadan, UniJos, and University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Go on. Research-driven collaborations. International organizations often support research-driven collaboration with foreign universities, creating joint research initiatives and educational programs focused on sustainable buildings. The Makoko Floating School project in Lagos demonstrates how the academia and industry collaboration could sustain architecture, providing innovative solutions to local communities. Here they are experimenting on building schools because water has covered the whole place. And on top of the ocean, 10 meters above, schools are being built, courtesy of the collaboration between academia and industry. In University of Benin, there's a partnership with Lancaster University and African Technology for entrepreneurial capacity building. It's also a significant step towards enhancing innovation and entrepreneurship. They are working on entrepreneurship. University of Nigeria, it's TVET, Technical Vocational Education Training Program, is working towards transforming practices through innovative generation, which can have profound impact on both formal and informal. They are trying to get as many people as possible to be tuned to vocational education, which Monsignor was talking about. Next slide. George Okoye University is partnering with London School of Economics and Sparks Concept Management Limited to build institutional capacity for entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem. This can help in creating a robust entrepreneurship culture among students. Ondo University is collaborating with Liverpool John Moores University Temperance Educational Foundation for Business Incubation Program with a social impact focus, which we think is noteworthy. This can lead to innovative solutions to healthcare and social entrepreneurship. UNILAG and Google are partnering to empower students with digital skills and entrepreneurial training. Federal University of Technology, Minna, and Intel, there's a collaboration research aimed at cutting-edge technologies to solve a number of problems in society. Ahmadu Bello University and Cisco Systems, and networking academies. So, you can see, these are samples of what we are talking about here. Several universities are already keying into this partnership. And I appreciate the vision of the Vice Chancellor and the vision of the Dean of Postgraduate College. This is how it begins. You see, at the undergraduate level, that's why it's called undergraduate. At the postgraduate level, it's a more sophisticated research that should have impact on society. And this is the reason this conference is being organized so you can think and know that you've got to the level at which your education should impact positively on society, Nigerian society for that matter. And therefore, we must take this very seriously. While we are talking about these collaborations between academia and industry, there are challenges. Challenges the academia would want to take its time to conduct its systematic process of research conduct. But the industry is in a hurry to make sales and profits. So this often brings some misunderstanding. And I think to reconcile the two issues, if they sit together and we say, look, for us to arrive at this, these are the steps. And let the industry understand that there are steps you cannot rush or else you miss it. That collaboration solves the problem. Next page. Another is communication barrier. Various disciplines have their technical jargons. Industry is not interested in those technical jargons. Of course, we are writing to a large extent to publish so we don't perish. And every discipline has its own language. Industry is not too interested in those technicalities. How do we reconcile the two? If there is constant meeting between the two, workshops for industry to understand the language, next slide, language of the academia, that would be it. Intellectual property ownership and data ownership. Okay, when we collaborate, who owns the project? How do we share the proceeds? Again, this can be arranged during the formative stage of the partnership. Next slide. It's necessary for us to build trust. And trust between the academia and the industry can be built when there are constant meetings, workshops, explanatory notes, question and answer sessions so that we are at the same page at all times. There could be a problem of funding. Next slide. There could be a problem of funding. It simply calls on us to count the cost before we embark on any project. Lack of understanding or limited understanding on the part of each about the needs, goals, and constraints that can hinder collaboration. Again, by understanding mutual collaboration, meetings, interactions, the academia and the industry can sort out the gray areas. And then, next slide, there's harmony. By way of conclusion, collaborative partnership between academia and the industry are indispensable to the growth and sustainability of Nigeria's educational system. They serve as a bridge between theory and practice, allowing students and researchers to apply knowledge to real-world problems while industries gain access to innovative ideas and skills, manpower. However, the Nigerian context reveals the existing collaborations, particularly sideways, which has remained poorly structured, inadequately supervised, and often disconnected from the needs of the industry. True sustainability requires mutual trust, clearly defined roles, shared goals, and systematic communication channels. Equally, there must be flexibility to adapt to emerging challenges and economic realities. A functional educational system that produces employable graduates and contributes to national development cannot thrive without strong, enduring partnership between the town and the gown. Finally, we recommend strengthen the sideways and internship programs, curriculum integration. Industry should provide input into curriculum design to ensure alignment with market needs. So if industries expect the university to produce manpower, then industry should make an input into the curriculum of the universities so that the products of the universities can fit adequately into the demands of the industry. Funding and research sharing. Industries and government agencies should provide targeted funding for research, laboratories, and innovative hubs, while universities open up their facilities for industrial problem solving. Government should formulate and enforce policies that determine patent of every product, licensing of every product. If there is capacity building all the time, the academia and industry will be on the same page. If there's monitoring and evaluation, and we establish measurable performance indicators. For example, if we say, how many products have we produced? How many employable graduates have we produced? How many joint publications have we produced? That could be a guide to check how productive this collaboration has been. Trust and long-term commitment. I think this is the last page. Okay? Is that? It ended so abruptly. Was it on purpose? I know I said thank you for your order. I didn't see it there. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry, my dear. I mean, we had to rush through.
Can we give Professor Ago Mba a clapping ovation? Well delivered. Well delivered. Thank you. Yes, we are bridging the gap between the academia and the industry. Through these strategies, the gap will be closed and there will be effective collaboration. Let's appreciate Professor Ago Mba once again. May I respectfully acknowledge the Dean of Physical Sciences, Professor GZ Ugo. I welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the next presenter, a professor of environmental science and forest ecology. We are going to have a professor from Texas A&B University, Kingsville. So I appreciate the online participants, those online. We appreciate your participation during the interaction. We are going to give room for that. But now we are going to have a visual presentation by a professor of environmental science and forest ecology, Professor Ambrose Anoro. I invite the Associate Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, ESUT, to step up and read the citation of this professor. Okay, thank you. My apologies. I've been redirected that we are going to have tea break. We are going to have tea break to enable Professor Anoro to prepare and be ready for us. So if you have this, just open the first page. You will see your ticket. You will see the ticket. Open it, you will see this ticket. We have the lunch and we have the coffee ticket. Yes. So you will see this ticket, you have coffee ticket and lunch tickets. So what we are going to do is we'll start from the keynote presenters, the lead presenters, the key officers here. Just what you do, you turn around. There is a table behind. Go to the table with your ticket and you'll be served. We are going to be fast about it. We have 10 minutes for this tea break. We'll be doing that from row to row. Those by this side, you have a table at the end. Just move this way, and you'll be entertained. Please, DJ, I invite you for a light one for this tea break. Maybe when you get there, you will see coffee. If you see coffee, enjoy that. Thank you. "10 minutes, the time is counting. At 1:30, we are switching over for presentation by Professor Ambrose Anoruo. Thank you, DJ. Such a one. We have 2 minutes. Let's be fast about it. 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Fresh out from nigerianix.com.
Please get seated. Get seated in the next 60 seconds. In the next 60 seconds, we are going to have the second lead presenter, Professor Ambrose Anoro, a professor of environmental science and forest ecology. He'll be speaking to us all the way from United States of America, virtually. So please, I implore us to get seated. Please, get seated. Ecology. We are welcoming Professor Ambrose Anoro from University of Texas A&M University, Kingsville. I invite Dr. Engineer Dorothy Aboy, the Associate Dean, to step up and read the citation of a distinguished professor of environmental science and forest ecology. Thank you.
Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Obianu Abonyi, and I stand here to read the citation of Professor Ambrose Anoro, already standing on the screen. Professor O. Anoro, also known as Ambai, is a professor of environmental science and forest ecology in the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, and Environmental Sciences, College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Texas, A&M University, Kingsville. Dr. Anoro was Associate Vice President for Research and Dean, College of Graduate Studies at Texas A&M University, Kingsville. Before his appointment at Texas A&M University, Professor Anoro was Associate Dean for Research, College of Agriculture and Related Sciences, Delaware State University. Prior to his appointment at Delaware State University in 2005, Dr. Anoro was a tenured professor of biological sciences and director of Savannah River Environmental Sciences Field Station, South Carolina State University, Orangeburg, South Carolina, United States of America. Educated at the Yale University School of the Environment, Ambai has made significant contributions to higher education in the United States in the fields of agriculture, environmental science, and forest ecology. He initiated the National Conference on Agriculture and Natural Resources Conservation and Management at Delaware State University. He was a member of State of Delaware's Governor's Council on Forestry. He served on the Delaware State University Innovative Technologies Committee. As professor at South Carolina State University, Dr. Anoro founded the Savannah River Environmental Sciences Field Station, which later became a USDA Center of Excellence in Environmental Sciences Education and Research. He secured the Delaware State University's membership at the Chesapeake Watershed Cooperative Ecosystem Study Unit. His idea of a Center for Agriculture and Natural Resources Conservation at the College of Agriculture and Related Sciences, Delaware State University, gave birth to the Center for Integrated Biological and Environmental Research, CIBA. Dr. Anoro received the National Hammer Award from the Office of the Vice President of the United States and the Government Seamless Award from the United States Forest Service. Dr. Anoro served on the Leadership Council of the Yale University State of Forestry and Environmental Studies and was a member of the Science and Technology Committee of the Experimental Station Council on Organization and Policy, ESCOP, of the Board of Agriculture Assembly, BAA. Dr. Anoro has published over 70 peer-reviewed scientific articles and received a career funding of over $18 million in individual and collaborative research efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Professor Ambrose Anore to the podium for his presentation. Thank you.
Now, Professor Anore has 20 minutes to make his presentation. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I hope you can hear me very well. I saw the picture flashing on the screen, and that was not me. I think it's kind of a mistake there. So I am very pleased to be invited to speak here. I will first begin by saying hello to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Michael Okoli, and his staff. I enjoyed the university when I visited and was so shocked to see the development going up there. So after I came back and discussed my trip with the administration here, they, in fact, very curious to meet with Professor Okoli and his group. They mapped out time in the summer for his visit. And then, of course, they didn't get visa to come in. And then they invited for visa according to the information we got. And that they have mapped out time in April. So they wouldn't go anywhere until they visit and see who this man is and his staff. So I'm very pleased to speak with you today. So I'm going to try to stick with the time and would like to share my screen. Can you hear me there, please? Hello, can you hear me?
Prof.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, please, I would like to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Oh, technology. Can you see my screen, please? I'd like to share.
Not yet.
Can you see the screen now? Hello, can you hear me? Wow, there is a delay. Can you hear me? Oh my God. Could somebody respond, please? Can you hear me? Oh, wow. Is the IT person there, please? Wow. Let's see here.
We can see us. Yeah.
Okay, you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you now. Sorry for that delay. I'm going to be discussing bridging the gap between industry and the academia in Nigeria. And to me, this is a mandatory collaborative venture for the government, industry, and institutions of higher learning. So what I'm going to be sharing is my experience, what we do here, the practicalities of putting this type of thing in place. One thing is to discuss all these. Oh, my alarm is going up here. Is to discuss, and the other is to try to put them in place. So, being the Dean of Graduate Studies, and for the clarity of communication here, we do not talk about postgraduate studies. We talk about graduate studies and undergraduate studies. So when I say graduate studies, I actually mean postgraduate. There's some English language communication between the American English and the British type of English which we speak at home. So to get on discussing this, so the thing, first of all, is to appreciate and understand why the gap, what led to this gap. So if we understand that, then we can be able to bridge it as the way we do here. So no nation ever bridges the gap between industry and academia without a firm comprehension of some causes of the gap. It is therefore important to discuss some fundamental operative principles that often govern industries and universities. Both entities think differently. And so we have to understand why the gap and then begin to address how they think differently. And the bridge then becomes how to merge the two together. And so one of the problems that lead to this gap is misalignment of skills. Universities are often very heavy in theory versus industry's demand for applied and practical skills. And I will be discussing how we try to resolve those things here, which makes me happy when Professor Colley and his group will visit some of the things we talk about and during the presentation and the places they will see when they come here. The other is the pace of change. Industries adapt quickly to technology, while university curricula often lag behind. And so these contribute to the creation of this gap between industry and academia. And the other one is research focus. Academic institutions are very curious, looking at fundamental issues, while industry are often based on problem solving. And so these three, and there are a lot more that contribute to the creation of this gap. And so what I'm going to be discussing will be the practicalities of closing the gap. So to make this gap seamless, as we have done here, especially with my experience as Dean of Graduate Studies for years, and the things we put in place here, and of course the outcome which we are having at the moment by doing those. So first of all, the first one there, now think to understand my discussion here, think as this bridge as a physical bridge that joins two islands, one academia and the other, the industry. And we want to build a bridge. What are the components of this bridge? Because that's how we think here, things you can practically put in place. One thing is to talk a whole lot, to discuss all these things, which are very difficult to put in place. So the practicalities of it are what we base on here when we work. So one of those is skill and curriculum alignment. This will be one of the foundations of the bridge. Nigerian universities, industries, and polytechnics must first embark on bridge construction. And what will be part of this construction? And they will do it by laying a solid foundation So any progress made in the process can be sustained. And so to do this, then we have to embed employability and soft skills. Soft skills, example, adaptability, communication, teamwork into their curricula as they teach students through the career. This is for graduate school or in the situation there, the postgraduate education. Now, the undergraduate education, we remain what it is. Nigeria does good work in the undergraduate education, except at the final year. And I'm going to draw the difference between our final year here, which is the fourth year, before graduation, before students get into graduate school, and the type of things we do, which is very different. So the other here is the design in the curriculum must be industry-driven curricula. And then these have to be updated regularly as technology evolves. And technology is constantly evolving. And so the curricula must reflect this evolution in technology so that graduating students, in other words, postgraduate students, when they come out, they are ready to hit the ground running. And then, of course, incorporation of hands-on laboratory experience in the curricula and offer certification or micro-credential training to meet industry workforce needs. These are the kind of things that should be embodied into the curricula of graduate education. Or here I'm kind of trying to juggle the two words, postgraduate education. The other one part of the foundation is the collaborative research and innovation. So here, industries operate on a competitive global market. So as a result, they are always looking for an edge over a competitor. This mentality often results in innovation, so universities must endeavor to form the following: university-industry research partnerships, which the previous speaker alluded a lot, and I was very impressed to hear him speak about it. Then joint labs, innovation hubs, and technology transfer offices. These are very critical, and I will discuss some more about the technology transfer offices, which I was involved a lot because we are a university system here. And the system has the Office of Technology Commercialization. You can't imagine how many patents from the faculty which are put in place and how much that is yielding back to us, plus some startup industries based on what faculty are doing. And I'm going to talk some more about all those. So these startup industries, patents and commercialization of research has to be in place. And it is an office that the university will have to have in place, which will be looking into what the faculty and staff and graduate students or postgraduate students are generating from the labs. Then the other one is the integration of work and experiential learning, another part of the foundation to this bridge. Exposure to experiential learning prepares students so they can hit the ground running upon graduation. And we are talking here about postgraduate students. So this type of exposure imparts industry and manufacturing skills while the students are at the university. And so it reduces training costs to the employer when they get out. So for universities to do this, they have to endeavor to incorporate in the curricula internships, co-ops, and apprenticeship to bridge industry and theory-based classroom work. And this is where I would like to discuss a little bit about internships. what we have put in place here since I left the graduate school. I'm no more in administration. And back to the classroom, one of the things we put in place is to make sure that all seniors graduating before they leave the university will have 6 hours, 6 credit hours on their transcripts before they leave the university. And this is done mostly in the summer. Students find where to go. We created courses, 2 courses, and then they have to register those courses, pay tuition, but they find industries where they will attach themselves, and they write reports. The professor of record supervises those reports. The first report, second report, and final report, a total of 15 pages. First part of that report is what do they expect to get out of the internship. Second part of the report is what they are actually doing. And the third part of the report is what is their conclusion? What have they learned? Are they going to be staying with that work, or do they want to change? And I can tell you that almost 100% of our students for the last 13 years get employed a month or 2 after they have graduated. This is seniors, those that finish their bachelor's degree, and some actually continue to graduate school, some others leave, and the majority of them started their own businesses based on the experience they got from these internships. So those will have to be put in place. This is not something you teach during the academic year. When they are out on vacation, they can go on the internship, but a professor of record has to be appointed to supervise what they're doing. They pay tuition to the university, just like every other course, because they're going to get credits for what they do out there. Then, of course, we engage guest lecturers and make many industry CEOs adjunct faculty for graduate theses, graduate dissertations, and of course, some of them mentor students in their programs. And finally, under this part of the foundation of this bridge, to include in the curricula project-based curricula that is tied to the real-world practical problems from the industry partners. Because here, the universities will partner with industries, and so build what the industries are doing into the curricula of the university. And here is where you have the faculty, adjunct faculty come to help teach some of those courses. And then another part of this bridge is the continuous learning and reskilling, which the universities must be involved. So universities are places designed for exploration and actualization of universal knowledge, and are therefore endowed with the human skills required to impart knowledge. So to bridge the gap between these institutions and industries, Nigerian universities must be involved in the following. They must become centers for continuous professional development, in which my colleague, the previous presenter, called hubs. That's what this is all about. That's extremely important, and I was pleased to listen to him discuss about hubs. They go a long way to bridging the gap between academia and industry. Then, of course, short courses and executive education tailored to industry needs. We have a certificate program here. It belongs to the office of the president, which is the same as the office of the vice chancellor there. And they teach people 6 weeks leadership issues. And you should see the CEOs from different companies come to enroll in it. And faculty members from different departments teach the leadership courses for these people. At the end, they just give them a certificate of attendance. And this is the part of reskilling, which the university does. And so some of the universities in Nigeria, in forming partnership with industry, could start this type of reskilling so that the industries, when they finish, these people finish and go away, they are promoted in the industry because now they can lead, they learn what leadership is all about. And then, of course, form academic partnership with industry for employee reskilling, which I have already discussed. So the employees of industries can come in and get trained, and then, of course, they can serve their industries a lot better. The other one is incentives, funding, and policy. And this is where the government is involved, should be involved. So bridging the gap between industry and academia cannot be possible without good governance. The transition in a developing country like Nigeria cannot be possible without government partnership. In fact, a smoother and shorter bridge should be a three-way partnership between industry, academia, and the government. In this instance, here is the role the government will be playing. Plays the role of fostering industry-academia collaboration. There has to be government policy to foster this, and we discuss what companies we get or universities. The government should provide competitive grants and tax incentives for joint projects between industry and academia. And this is so if the United States here, we faculty members compete for government grants, write proposals reviewed by our colleagues and peers elsewhere, and recommend or don't recommend for funding. And so when funded, you do your research as you proposed and publish your paper. Some of those come up where you have patents and all those type of things. The government of Nigeria should be in a position to award grants, competitive grant to universities or tax incentives to industries and companies that partner with universities. And then, of course, there has to be public-private partnerships in research and development. That policy has to be in place. And finally, for this part of the bridge, formulate policy to attract foreign companies and investors through tax incentive and security assurance. I didn't get into delving into security assurance. So something happened to me here last night as they are updating the computer systems at the university. I came in to look at my notes and everything disappeared. As we speak, I haven't seen my original notes for this presentation. I had to stay awake to put the majority of what is in those notes down here for discussion this morning. And it's still about 8 o'clock here. The offices have not opened yet. 8 a.m. here, 8 minutes after 8 here, the offices have not opened yet as to get hold of the IT group for a lot of the information that is part of my presentation, especially the data, because I like dealing with numbers that I have missed. So for the future trends in sustaining the bridge so built to make industry academia gap seamless cannot be sustained if technological advancement is not followed closely. So industry academia partnerships should monitor the following: the role of AI and digital platforms in linking research and practice. The AI has become a very big thing in the West. And the developing nations of the world, including my own country, Nigeria, should not be left out of this. So, and how could they get into it? Through the universities. Because otherwise, we will continue to be left behind as the rest of the world continues to move forward. So collaboration and knowledge exchange across borders and between nations. This will be one of those things that should be monitored closely. There's a lot of collaboration, a lot of knowledge exchange across borders and between nations. And I'm very happy Professor Michael O'Coley is doing this too well. I'm just very happy that he and his staff are going to be visiting. And so that will generate a lot of knowledge exchange with the faculty here for what they do and the faculty coming from Enugu State University of Science and Technology. And then, of course, entrepreneurial university graduate programs that produce industry and innovators. United States universities are very, very good in doing this, including our own, including the college in which I'm part of. As I have said earlier, we hardly have a student who graduates and spends 2 months without a job. Many of them actually go out to establish their own businesses because of the exposure we give them during that internship, in which they spend an entire summer working for some kind of establishment. From there, they either get hired by them because they have already trained them, or some of them learn there that they don't want to work for anybody. They just get out and get on their own. So best practices and case studies. And this is where I'm beginning to come to an end. I don't want to spend more than the 20 minutes allotted to me. So for the novel idea and theme of this conference to be 20 minutes allotted to me. So for the novel idea and theme of this conference to me, I'm hearing myself back. It's reading back to me, please, the IT person. Okay. So for the novel idea and theme of this conference to be realized in Nigeria, universities and other institutions of higher learning should engage in international partnerships with universities in the developed nations. This is very important. We cannot continue to teach the future generation in isolation. The developed nations have moved so far ahead of us that we need to partner with them so that we know exactly what they're doing. So these international universities can be used as case studies and to learn the best practices to adopt from them. And so for this reason, Nigerian university can use their international partners as examples of working hand in hand with industry, because most of these universities out here have collaboration with a ton of industries, and they know what works and what doesn't work. And so they can be used as case studies in the case of Nigeria. And then, of course, universities in Nigeria can learn the lessons from their international partners, learn what the sectors like biotech, IT, advanced manufacturing, and renewable energy, which my previous colleague also alluded to in his presentation. These are the things these universities are used to here. That's what we do all the time. And so it is very important that the faculty members who teach the young back home have to be abreast with all these so that they can impart all that knowledge to the next generation coming up. And this will help to bridge this gap between industry and academia. And of course, from here, the university will learn models that have succeeded and those that have failed. We have not always been very successful. Some of these partnerships and collaborations fail woefully, and some succeed tremendously well. So these partnerships will let the Nigerian universities learn what works, what doesn't work, what to do, what not to do, instead of starting from the scratch and then going through trial and error. And so, to end my presentation, I'd like to then have now, because all I've been discussing are parts that make up the bridge. So now that the bridge is built, what are the components of this bridge? So each of the foregoing was a part of the foundation of the bridge. So a seamless, sustainable bridge between industry and academia in Nigeria should have the following characteristics. There should be an understanding that a gap exists in the first place. If there's no comprehensive understanding that a gap exists, it cannot be bridged. If you don't understand the sickness, you cannot cure it. That's the first one, which I'm very happy the team of this conference tells me that we truly understand there's a gap, that this gap exists between industry and academia in Nigeria. Then another characteristic of this bridge has to be skill and curriculum alignment. This may be a problem with universities. It lags behind, takes a lot of time to change curricula, but it can be put on a fast track to have it so that universities can produce students that the industries require. Another one is the involvement or collaborative research and innovation between industry and the universities, not faculty members sitting in, thinking about something and just going ahead and doing the research. At times it doesn't work. It's not what is required out there by the society. Industries are continuously solving societal problems because they are often profit-oriented institutions. And so we cannot sit and do what we think is academically important, academically nice, which does not translate to any society, solving any societal problem. Then, of course, experiential learning and the integration of work must be a characteristic of the bridge. And then, of course, there must be involvement of continuous learning and reskilling as previously discussed. I think I'm running out of time here. So that these universities, the Nigerian universities, will be playing a major role to attract industries to come in and say, we can actually gain by sending our staff to learn and be more productive and more efficient. And then, of course, there has to be government incentive, there has to be funding, and there has to be national policy to foster industry academic research collaboration and or integration of what they're doing, especially policy of patent, policy of commercialization, so that the faculty members and industry can actually benefit from what is coming out of research and out of the collaboration. You can even Trump even patented the seed, regular seed, the ordinary seed for planting, agricultural seed. And the professor who did that, you can imagine how much he's getting in his research and what is coming to the university. Just patenting seed, commercialization of regular seed and crops. Then there must be, these Nigerian universities must be forward-looking for future trends in technology. These technologies often emanate from the Western countries. And so that makes it extremely important to form partnership with universities in developed nations who are actually at the forefront of emerging technologies. So that way, we cannot be behind anymore. And then, of course, involvement of international partnerships for best practices and case studies, as we have previously discussed, so that we can use these people. They have already gotten into They know what works. They know what doesn't work, so that we don't have to start from the scratch to build the bridge. This aspect. And I think,
Please, Prof, summarize.
yes, please, I'm
Prof,
summarizing.
summarize.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think that is it. This is the last of my presentation. Thank you so much. And of course, my thank you slide has disappeared. So I am done, please. Thank you so much. I think I took a lot more time.
Professor Ambrose Anoro from Texas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Prof is advocating for change in curriculum to bring about filling the gap between the industry and the academia. Let's appreciate Professor Anolo once again. Yes, bridging the gap between industry and academia through research and development. School of Postgraduate Studies International Conference 2025. We'll be having another lead presenter. He'll be joining us now. We'll be having Professor James Robinson, a professor of economics and political science. He's here. Let's welcome Professor James Robinson, professor of economics and political science from Harris School of Public Policy at University of Chicago. May I now invite Dr. Engineer Onochukwu Ade to step up and read the citation of a professor of political science and economics. Let's have you.
Thank you. Returning the established protocols, I read the brief profile of Professor James A. Robinson. All right. James Allen Robinson, born 1960, is a British-American economist and political scientist. He is a university professor at the Harris School of Public Policy at the University of Chicago. At Harris, he previously led the Parsons Institute of the Study and Resolution of Global Conflicts. Robinson previously taught at Harvard University from 2004 to 2015. With Daro Achimago, he is the co-author of several books, including The Narrow Corridor, Why Nations Fail, and Economic Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy. In 2024, Robinson, Achimago, and Simon Johnson were awarded the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences for their comparative studies on prosperity between nations. Education. Robinson received the Bachelor of Science in Economics from London School of Economics and Political Science in 1982, a Master of Arts in Economics from University of Warwick in 1986, and a Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science from Yale University in 1993. Career. Robinson's main fields of research are in political economy and comparative politics, as well as in economic and political development. In 2004, Robinson was appointed Associate Professor of Government at Harvard University. He later held named chair positions at Harvard, first as the David Florence Professor of Government between 2009 and 2014, and later as the Wilbur A. Kowit Professor of Government between 2014 and 2015. On 1st July 2015, he was appointed as one of the 9 university professors at the Harris School of Public Policy Studies of the University of Chicago. He previously held the title Reverend Dr. Richard Person, Professor of Global Conflict Studies. On 9th May 2016, Professor Rich Robinson was awarded an honorary doctorate by the National University of Mongolia during his first visit to the country. He has conducted research in countries around the world, including Nigeria, Botswana, Chile, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Haiti, the Philippines, Sierra Leone, South Africa, and Colombia, where he teaches every summer at the University of Andes in Bogota. On 17th March 2023, James Robinson met with students, scientists, and leaders of social opinion, and representatives of finance, economy, and business cycles in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, Uzbekistan. In an interview, Robinson discussed the construction of inclusive institutions in authoritarian countries, the challenging development of countries post-colonialism, the mistakes made consciously, and answered questions regarding the King of Cotton section of Uzbekistan in his book, Why Nations Fail. He has collaborated extensively with the longtime co-author Darren Achimogwu after meeting at London School of Economics. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dean of Postgraduate Studies, School of Postgraduate Studies, professors here present. Ladies and gentlemen, I present an erudite scholar and phenomenal academic, Professor James A. Robinson, for his leadership presentation. Thank you.
All right, Professor James Robinson will be speaking to us in the next 20 minutes. Prof, you have 20 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. I have some slides, so let me share my slides. Okay, I have too much to talk about, so let's see how far I get. Okay, so I know the theme. You can hear me okay? The theme of the conference, is a very kind of practical thing, but I'm much more on the academic side of practical, as you know. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of the way I think about some of my ongoing research interests in Nigeria, particularly in Nigeria, and try to throw out a little bit of a big picture of comparative development, historical development in Africa that I've been thinking about and thinking through. And it goes under the rubric of wealth in people. Okay, so let me talk about wealth in people. I think, I want to propose a way of thinking about Africa kind of comparatively, and I think many of the facts are very familiar, to scholars like yourselves about what, Kenneth Pomeranz called the Great Divergence, that over the last 250 years, world inequality has emerged, and Africa has sort of been at the bottom of that income distribution. And a lot of research has focused on like why, what are the mechanisms that have stopped economic flourishing in sub-Saharan Africa. There's a lot of research on, the impact of the slave trade, colonialism, and kind of the travails of, post-colonial state building and economic development. But what I want to talk about in my brief amount of time is what set Africa onto this path. And, in what way was it different from the rest of the world? Okay, I'm going to do that by starting with a fact, which I think is very significant. And then I'm going to explain the fact. And the fact is, something that I think strikes one as an outsider coming to Africa is how politically decentralized Africa is. Okay, so one way of talking about that is to say, and here's my calculation. I don't have enough time to go into how the calculation was made, but probably at the time of the scramble for Africa, there were 45,000 independent polities in Africa. So sitting in Eastern Nigeria, this won't be very surprising to you. My estimate is there were 470 independent polities just in Eastern Nigeria. Okay, so by a polity, I mean politically autonomous communities. So in Eastern Nigeria, probably more or less every single community was politically autonomous. It had institutions, it had political institutions, it had social institutions, and it distinguished itself from neighboring political institutions. Of course, there were bigger identities. There were things that kept people together in Eastern Nigeria. Religious ideas spanned villages. There were oracles, like in Aruchukwu, that kind of held adherence throughout the region. Nri and the Nri kind of priests had authority. So there were things that linked people together, but within that, there was political autonomy. Okay, so let me not go into all the numbers. There's a lot to discuss in terms of coming up with this estimate, but I think for the purposes of my talk, it doesn't really matter if this is 45,000 or 40,000 or 60,000. It's just a lot. Okay, so if you think about that, in that same period, there were probably 50 polities in Europe. So how come there were 45,000 polities in Africa? Like if I look at Nigeria, this is just taking the kind of Murdoch's ethnographic atlas of different groups in African society, and then just like kind of dividing them up into the polities just gives you some sort of visceral sense of how politically decentralized. Of course, you see there's a lot of variation in Africa. There was a lot of polities in parts of the Middle Belt on the Jos Plateau, for example, in Eastern Nigeria, right in the west. But there were other parts, up in the Fulani Emirates, for example, that were much more centralized, parts of Yoruba land, Benin, of course. Okay, so where does all this come from? And I think that's tied to this notion of wealth in people. So this is a phrase which was innovated by anthropologists in the 1970s to sort of say, like, the most fundamental principle of African society is like wealth in people, that social networks and social relations were valued over everything, over material objects. And, but so society was based around connections and social connections and people. Okay, so a beautiful illustration of this, and the contrast between African society and Eurasian society would be the contrast between chess and Mancala. So chess, of course, you have the whole feudal hierarchy, kings, bishops, knights, queens, whatever. And the objective is to kind of destroy the opposition, take their territory and capture their king. So that's sort of Eurasian history in a nutshell. In Wari, Mancala, Wari is the Akan, the Ghanaian version. In Mancala, there's all the pieces are the same, and the objective is not to destroy the other person and take their territory. The objective is to bring the counters of the opposition into your team, is to accumulate counters, accumulate people. Okay, so it's a sort of metaphor for wealth in people, you could say, Mancala. And actually it appears many, many times in African history in different guises, symbolizing that. Okay, so of course this idea of people and wealth in people is tied to notions of the community in Africa. The Ghanaian philosopher Kwame Gyekye calls communalism a sort of core value in Africa. But he also emphasizes, and I think this is very important, that community is not kind of in contradiction to the individual. In fact, the community, and maybe this is one of the great geniuses of African society, is the kind of symbiotic relationship between the community and the individual. And Gyekye illustrates it with this symbolism, which are the Siamese crocodiles. Okay, so here are the Siamese crocodiles. This is from the British Museum again. And what is this about? Well, you see, there's two heads. The two crocodiles, they symbolize the individuals, but the stomach is the same, and that's the community, that's the family, that's the society. Okay, so you're an individual, but you're connected together with this joint stomach. And of course, there could be a tension between the individual and the society. Here's a canned proverb that Anthony Appiah cites: stomachs mixed up, crocodile stomachs mixed up. They both have one stomach, but when they eat, they fight because the sweetness of the swallowing. So, the sweetness of the swallowing is in the throat, so there's the individual, but the food gets into the stomach. So, of course, there's tension between the individual and the community, but there's also harmony, and they're also kind of forged together in some fundamental way, like the Siamese crocodiles. Okay, so here's wealthy people, the community, the individual, and I think what's very significant, especially in thinking about the politics, is the institutionalization of these things. So wealthy people in Africa, other parts of the world as well, got institutionalized into lineages, into kinship groups, into kindreds, and of course into clans. And these became extremely important in African society historically. Temples, in his famous book, Bantu Philosophy, says, Africans have an ontological duty to preserve the clan. So when you see the world, like ontology, it's like, what is there? How do you see the world? What you see is the community. What you see is the clan. What you see is the collective. And in fact, the relationship between the individual and the collective, in some sense, is very different than it is in Western society, I will say. Okay, so if you think of that image, this ontological duty to preserve the clan, what threatens the clan? Well, I think political centralization threatens the clan. So Paul Bohannon, in his work, in the Middle Belt in Nigeria with the Tiv, kind of emphasizes how, the way Tiv society was organized around lineages. Lineages were paramount and of central importance in society, and institutions were structured to preserve that and make it very difficult to disrupt that situation. Okay, so, and he particularly points out that, the emergence of political hierarchy was a threat to that system. He studies kind of disruptions to that system, by men kind of trying to become big men, if you like, trying to kind of accumulate power and authority and tell people what to do. And he says, such people were ground down, whittled down by witchcraft accusations, so that the political institutions of the Tiv, based on the lineage system and the principle of egalitarianism, can be preserved. Okay, so I think my basic approach to thinking about that fact, those 45,000 polities, is that why was political scale so small in Africa? Was because Africans valued very much the local community, the institutionalizations of wealth in people, and they created many institutions that stabilized that and made it very difficult to disrupt it by building states and larger political institutions. Of course, states did emerge in many parts of Africa, but I think what I just want to say about that is, if you look at them in detail, even some of the most famous, like Rwanda, like Asante, the Yoruba states, for example, in southwestern Nigeria, you see they're what Aidan Southall called segmentary states. So they combine the principles of kinship and the family with state-like functions and state-like institutions. The Rwandan state, the traditional Rwandan state, was called Niginya state, or the Niginya kingdom. Then it was named after the royal clan. The way the Niginya clan, the way the state formed was a system of clans integrated other people into that system. So it didn't, the Africans innovated a way of basically building clan and kinship principles into the state. Okay, so an interesting question, you know, I'm going to jump that today, okay? I'm going to jump this because I won't have time. All right, so how does economics fit into this? How does African economics fit into this? You know, well, the way I think about economics, you know, as an economist is, you know, African economies traditionally were organized in very different ways than the economies of Eurasian societies, Western society, or even, you know, China after the rise of the First Dynasty. In particular, there were no factor markets, there was no labor market, there was no land market, and land was owned by kinship and descent groups, as it still is in vast parts of rural Africa today. How would I think about, you know, why the economy was organized like that? For me, it's very synergetic with this principle of wealth in people. It helps preserve the people. Why is land held by descent groups? Because it helps perpetuate those descent groups. It makes those descent groups stronger. It gives them authority. So it's meant to fortify wealth in people. That's the way I think about economic institutions, okay? And it's not just economic institutions. I would say it's also the structure of African traditional religions. You know, think about the centrality of the ancestors. You know, we're talking about fortifying kinship groups, lineages, ancestors, critical part of that. Okay, so think about the very decentralized nature of African traditional religion. You know, different communities could have different deities. That mirrors the very decentralized nature of political authority. There's some work by the great Igbo scholar Ogbu Kalu, who wrote a lot about religion, Pentecostalism. You know, he has this beautiful article where he sort of collected ethnographically the names of different deities in different parts of southeastern Nigeria. And what I want to point out about this, which is sort of fascinating, is that even larger deities like Allah, you know, the earth deity, is sort of like becomes parochialized. So, you know, you kind of adapt it. You have your own community version. So, for example, here in Okigwe, you have Alaukwu, you know, or you have Inyi Ogwogwu, you know, so Ogwogwu, another kind of pan-Eastern Nigerian deity, becomes kind of tailored to the local community. So there's a mapping between the structure of religion and wealth in people, the role of the ancestors, and this very decentralized nature of political authority. Okay, so of course, you know, I don't want to talk about this today in my 18 minutes left, but, you know, I could talk about the Great Divergence, and I could talk about how this way of organizing African society made it very vulnerable to, you know, the pernicious expansion of European mercantile capitalism, colonial expansion, you know, and that I think is the big story about, you know, why Africa is poor today. But I don't want to talk about that in the rest of my time. I want to just talk about the comparative thing. Okay, so what have I said? Let me summarize, you know, some of the ideas here. Well, there's this ethic of wealth in people, okay? And this combination of the community and the individual, you know, which I find so interesting. Wealth in people, this is all kind of institutionalized in lineage groups and kinship groups and clan. I'm going to skip 3 because I didn't have time to talk about it. There's economic institutions that reinforce wealth in people. Even slavery, you could say, was part of that. And there's supporting religious beliefs. Okay, so now let me ask a kind of wildly speculative question, which is to sort of say, okay, but any of these things could have been true in other parts of the world. Okay, so let me just give you 2 examples, which I thought I'd have time to talk about. Think about Greco-Roman society, you know, so this was enormously influential in kind of West, the rise of the West in Western political thought, Western philosophy, Western society. Okay, what did Greco-Roman society look like in comparing those points to the points I just made in Africa? Well, first of all, Greco-Roman society was extremely individualistic. You know, if you read Aristotle or Plato, it's very individualistic, Cicero, etc. Okay, it's not based on the community. There's no corporate kinship groups whatsoever. So, you know, the corporate kinship groups didn't exist, and they did not own property. You know, they didn't exist. They didn't have property. So if you look at the way the economy was organized, it's not organized the way African economies traditionally were organized either. The other was slavery. You know, Athens or Greek city-states were probably the first like real slave societies. And of course, Roman economy was based to a large extent on slavery. So there was slavery, but the rest of the economy doesn't look like traditional African economy. And religion, you know, somewhat decentralized. If you think about Greek and Roman religion, they were somewhat decentralized. You know, Athens had Athena, you know, it had a deity, it's had its own kind of version of a pan-Greek deity, you know, and there was some element of ancestor worship, but not on the same sort of scale. So here, many things look very different. The comparison that I find sort of super interesting actually is China, okay, because China had very important corporate kinship groups. Chinese religions, very similar traditional African religion. Ancestors were very important, and at least until the rise of the first dynasty, you know, in the 3rd and 2nd century BCE, kinship groups owned land collectively. There was slavery, as you know. And the one distinction that I'm going to flag, which I find super interesting, is people also, particularly social scientists, social psychologists, have emphasized the kind of collectivist or communalistic nature of Chinese society. So Richard Nisbet, for example, the great social kind of comparative social psychologist, would sort of say Western society is very individualistic. Chinese society, East Asian society is very collectivist. Okay, so people think of the collectivity, they think of the community. Okay, well, people say that about Africa also, but what I've been kind of emphasizing here is, like in my experience, and I have lots of other examples if I had time, is that, yeah, the community is important, but the individual is important too. And I think that's something very distinct and interesting about Chinese society. And you can see that that distinguishes it from Chinese very distinctly. You know, it's not just different from Greco-Roman society or Western society with its emphasis on individualism, but it's also different from Chinese society with this singular emphasis on collectivism. Okay, so I think, you know, if I was going to compare Africa, the way I've characterized Africa, to the Greco-Roman world, you say it's kind of overdetermined. There's so many differences. Okay, and why am I talking about this? Well, let's fold this back to political centralization. Remember, I started with that fact of 45,000 polities. Okay, so I think if you think about that as something very distinctive about Africa, the question becomes, why didn't Africa go down this road of building these large centralized polities? And my argument is that people didn't want to do that in Africa. They wanted to keep the scale of political society small because that preserved what they cared about, what they valued. Okay, so how could they stop that happening? Of course, there's incentives to create larger political authority. Well, they created many different mechanisms and institutions to stop it happening. Okay, why did they do that and not other parts of the world? Well, now that's what I'm looking at this for. And what I'm saying about Greco-Roman society is, like, basically the same structures that stopped centralization emerging
Prof, please,
in Africa were not there in the Greco-Roman world. Okay, so that allowed centralization to appear. And I think what also appears is the idea of the state. You know, if you read Aristotle's Politics, you see, like, first of all, you know, the state is by nature is clearly prior to the family. Okay, that's not an African idea, right? So the state is prior to the family. What Aristotle sort of says, he comes up, you know, he gets straight into this in Politics and sort of says, you know, the state is the ultimate institution that allows a good life for people. That emerges.
All right, please.
That idea emerges in Greco-Roman society. And after that, the state becomes the go-to thing in Western history. Okay, I think in the Chinese case, what I'm emphasizing, I could talk about more things, but what I want to emphasize, you know, is this distinction between collectivism and individualism, or communalism and individualism, you know. And I find very interesting you know, this passage from like The Great Learning, which is one of the Confucian classics, the sort of great books of Confucianism, which talks about social order, and it talks about how do you organize a kind of ideal society. Well, here's how you do it. It all starts with you as an individual. Your thoughts, their thoughts being sincere, their hearts were then rectified. Okay, you have to be sincere, you have to be rectified. You practice the rituals. That's what Confucius emphasized. Their hearts being rectified, their persons were cultivated. Their persons being cultivated, their families were regulated. So it all starts with the individual and it ripples up to the family. Their families being regulated, their states were rightly governed. Their states being rightly governed, the whole kingdom would be made tranquil and happy. So in China, a philosophy of how you build states based on the community and the collectivity kind of emerges. Okay, this is kind of course, all part of the Confucian canon. If you read Confucius's Analects, it's the kind of same principles. So this communalism of China was made consistent with the creation of very large political states. But what I'm pointing out here is that in Africa, there's much more scope for agency because individualism flourishes alongside of the community, okay? And of course, just like in Athens or Greece, this philosophy of the state emerges, the philosophy of the state emerges in China too, the so-called mandate of heaven. You know, so this is just a famous passage, the kind of earliest passage in Chinese literature where the mandate for heaven kind of appears. King Wen and King Wu, who found the Zhou dynasty, they received the mandate of heaven to rule the four quarters. It's not quite clear what the four quarters is. Maybe the world, maybe it's something, you know, a bit smaller. But, you know, what I'm emphasizing here is that no philosophy of this sort emerged in Africa, to my knowledge. This idea that there's an entity, the state, you know, the polity in Athens, you know, in Aristotle's Politics, or, you know, the Zhou state, which receives the mandate of heaven. Sovereignty passes from the people, from the family, from the community to the state. I don't think that happens in Africa. I don't think it happens in any of the traditional states in Africa either. Okay, so my idea really here is to sort of say, like, you know, there's a fundamental feature about African history. Many things flow from this, you know, this very decentralized political nature. You know, of course, that's something that made unintentionally Africa very vulnerable to colonial expansion, for instance. Okay, but it's something that Africans chose. Okay, Africans decided to organize their society like that, and it preserved the principles that they cared about. Why were they able to do it? You know, while Western and Chinese societies were not able to do it. I think that's due to this whole kind of ensemble of conditions, of circumstances. They all kind of mutually reinforce each other: religion, the economy, politics, people's values, that stabilize this equilibrium in Africa. And I just end here with something I find very kind of interesting, which Professor Francis Njoku at the University of Nigeria, who some of you may know, who's a professor of philosophy, and he's also a reverend father, explained this to me once, that if you get a job in Abuja, you know, you get a civil service post, then the literal translation of that, Olo Oyibo, you know, into English is white man's job. So a white man's job. Now, obviously, that has something to do with the fact that, you know, it was colonialism that created the national state in Nigeria. But I also think it has something to do with the fact that this is a very alien institution, you know, still an alien institution. There's still this fundamental difficulty of building a kind of post-colonial social contract all over sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, so that's what I have.
Well done. Well done. Thank you. Wow. Well presented by a distinguished professor, Professor James Robbins, a professor of economics and political science. Let's appreciate him once again. Thank you. We are about to wind up the event, the day one of the annual international conference of School of Postgraduate Studies, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Now, before we have the vote of thanks, may we listen to the following announcements. One, we are going to have our lunch after the national anthem. And our lunch is in a takeaway. After the national anthem, as you are moving, you'll be handed over a bag of food containing food and drink. Then second, the book of proceedings for this conference will be ready after the conference, and it will be handed over to you. 3, the certificates of participation will be distributed tomorrow after the technical section. So endeavor to be here tomorrow at the PG school. At the PG school, Day 2 program starts by 10 a.m. with registration of participants. Ushering in the technical section, we are going to have 3 sections tomorrow at the PG school. Endeavor to be there. Now, I want to invite, as we are closing the gap, bridging the gap between the academia and the industry, and His Excellency the Governor of Enugu State, introducing a wonderful transport system. As academic activities commences on 13th of October, we have from the transport system, the new transport system of Enugu State, we have Mrs. Nnamani Cynthia. She will address us on how we are going to benefit in the new transport system. So I invite you, Cynthia Nnamani, to speak to us in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Profs. Good afternoon, doctors in the house. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nnamani Cynthia. I'm the station officer, Gariki Bus Terminal. I'm here to address us on the issues that is arising. I could say maybe a hearsay, but I want to clarify us about the issues that has to do with BRT transport. We have so many stations. Our main station is in Holy Ghost, Terminal 1, Terminal 2. We have station at Gariki. We have station at Nsukka and Abakpa. So I was told to come and clarify us over the transportation fare that we have 30% discounts at a flat rate, any destination you are heading to. So and we want to make it known to our students here in ESUT that once the school resumes, we'll be coming down here to cover them, carry them to their various destination or the nearest bus stop at a flat rate, discount of 30%. So, I'm not here to tell you the price, but audience, please. price we are fixing is from the government. Whatever price they ask us to fix, we are going to do so. And we promise you 30% discount, which means if you are coming from Mamieci bus stop at rate of 500 naira, you should calculate it. 30% discount should be how much? So it will be favorable to us. And I will urge us to inform our students, our children, so they'll be able to board with us. Actually, the ticket, my ticket agents, they were outside giving out tickets. So they started since 8 o'clock, but now they have to convert some commuters back to Holy Ghost. But I've called them, they are coming back to continue with ticketing. So, but for now, aside the school environment, we can get the ticket at Gariki Station, Holy Ghost Station, or any of the buses that plies on the road. Our ticket agent is always there with them to issue out tickets. And we are not planning to go out to the market for the market women, so it will be very easier for them. And when we come down to school to pick the students, we'll come along with the ticket agents who will be stationed here to be giving out tickets to our students. Thank you. If you have any question, you can ask. If no question, thank you so much.
Please, if you have question, meet her outside. She's there, and the other agents. I know it's going to be favorable. I've entered one from Gariki to Abani, 300 naira. So I know that this one will be more cheaper since ESUT is near Abani. Thank you. On that note, ladies and gentlemen,
This is the card. This is the BRT card, EJ card. For those who doesn't know it or have not seen it, this is the card. It's sold 200 naira. You buy the card, you fund it. The ticket agent fund it. No, the card itself is 200 naira. But when you buy the card, you now have to build money on it. It doesn't expire.
the process is very simple. Buy the card, fund it with money. The more you use the bus, the more the money reduces. If you want to increase again, you push. So there is nothing about it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Any further question, you meet them outside the door of this auditorium. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, as we are winding up the event, may I now invite the chairman of local organizing committee of this wonderful international conference of School of Postgraduate Studies, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. I invite you, Double Doc, Dr. Felix Ikechukwu Ugu, to come and give us the vote of thanks before I invite for the closing prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. All protocols observed. Distinguished guests, esteemed keynote speaker, our revered lead paper presenters, commendable colleagues, wonderful local organizing committee, friends and scholars of the School of Postgraduate Studies of Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and high sense of gratitude that I stand before you on behalf of the local organizing committee to deliver the vote of thanks and the closing remarks for the first day of the international conference. Today, we have had thought-provoking and stimulating discussions, insightful presentations,
and golden opportunities of networking on the theme of the conference titled Bridging the Gap Between Industry and Academia through Research and Development. It is my firm conviction that we have attained remarkable progress by this conference because we discussed ways and strategies for bridging the gap between the industry and academia. I am therefore confident that the discussions that we have heard shared knowledgeable and best practices in bridging the gap between industry and academia. The discussions has equally helped to foster partnership and collaboration among industries and those in academia, leading to effective solutions for cohesion between industry and academia. We would like to therefore extend a heartfelt appreciation to all our guests of honor. Your presence and participation have fully stimulated the environment. We are deeply grateful. We would equally like to appreciate the keynote speaker, Monsignor Professor Obiora Ike, Professor of Ethics and Intercultural Studies at Godfrey Okoye University, Enugu State. Distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, it is with immense humility and honor that we acknowledge and appreciate the indispensable contributions and insightful discussions of our lead paper presenters who provided the respective expertise and the subject matter. Professor Mpago Mpa, former Vice Chancellor of Abia State University, we are really grateful. Thank you, sir. Professor Ambrose O. Anorue, my good friend, Professor of Environmental Science and Forest Ecology at the Texas A&M University, Kingsville, Texas. Sir, I doff my hat for you. Professor James Robinson of the Harris School of Public Policy, University of Chicago, Illinois, United States. We are ever grateful for your insightful discussions. Indeed, your presentations has ignited serious conversations and motivated us to chart a new avenue of research and development. A particular vote of thanks to those whose great generosity has made this international conference a success. At this juncture, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our profound and extreme gratitude to the chief host of this international conference, the Vice Chancellor, the CEO, and the Chief Academic Officer of this great university, Professor Aloysius Michaels Okolie. Our Vice Chancellor is highly effective, a man with impeccable courage and ability to take decisions on issues and principles. His leadership qualities has significantly changed the trajectory of the university. We are ever grateful, sir. We are grateful for providing the platform and enabling environment for which this international conference took place. I personally would like to express my sincere appreciation to the conference organizers whose diligent planning and dedication to duties have provided for the smooth operation of this conference. Of great importance are Dr. Oluchukwu Nwonovo, the LOC Secretary, Dr. Engineer Dorothy Aboy, the Associate Dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Dr. Okuchukwu Ane, Dr. Amaka Okorie, Dr. Peter Nwankwo, Dr. Henry Ajayelu, Dr. Ihani Peters Uche, Alex Aneke, and others whose tireless efforts behind the scenes ensured the seamless execution of the conference. We would also like to extend our gratitude to a host of the international conference. A big gratitude to our DVC, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Chikenwaha. We are grateful, sir, for the wide and the role that you play behind the scenes in this university. Wonderful guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request for a big round of applause for the host of this international conference, Professor Charles C. Chidman. The Dean of Deans, Dean of the Postgraduate Studies, the transformational leader of SPGS, a man who has made tremendous transformative progress in the development of ESUT, School of Postgraduate Studies. Sir, you made this international conference resoundingly successful. We are grateful. Thank you, sir. Our gratitude equally goes to all the support staff of our dear School of Postgraduate Studies, whose hard work and dedication provided for the smooth running of the conference. We are grateful. Thank you. We are equally grateful and thankful to all the conference participants whose active participation created a vibrant and engaging atmosphere for the conference to thrive. As we conclude, for the first day of this 2025 SPG International Conference, I would like to appreciate all the deans, especially Professor Emeka Nze, Professor Uche B. Uguanyi, the HODs and directors of the various institutions, and equally of note is Professor Atama in our presence. We are all grateful. Thank you very much. Let us reflect for today's international conference on the knowledge and network we have attained. May the partnership, collaboration, and insights shared and gained what they have continuous, impactful knowledge on our minds and how they would lead to sustainable bridging of the gap between industry and academia. The second aspect of the international conference will take place at the School of Postgraduate Studies tomorrow at 8 a.m. Once again, I thank you all a million times for the presence and participation as we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's appreciate the chairman, LOC. Once again, Dr. Felix Ikechukwu Ugo. Congratulations. We are winding up this event. God bless you, the dean, the host dean of School of Postgraduate Studies. Thank you for your leadership. I must appreciate Professor George Okafor. You have been here, thank you. And Professor Mbada, Well done, man. Thank you. Today has been very, very resourceful. This international conference has been very, very resourceful. If you believe with me, I want to see you on your feet as we have the closing prayer. If you believe that today's international conference has been very, very resourceful, let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Wow. Thank you. I invite Reverend Father Udenwago to lead us in the closing prayer. Thank you.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We are saying thank you, Jesus. Thank you, my Lord. We are saying thank you, Jesus. Thank you, my Lord, for your blessings upon our lives. Thank you, my Lord. We are saying thank you, Jesus. Thank you, my Lord. Gracious and loving God, as we come to the close of this gathering, we pause with grateful hearts. Thank you for the opportunity to come together, sharing ideas, building relationships, and learning from one another. We are grateful for the wisdom exchanged, the challenges discussed, and the inspiration we take with us. May the seed planted here bear fruit in our work, our communities, and our lives. Guide us as we return to our various destinations. Grant us clarity in purpose, courage in action, and compassion in all we do. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow us all the days of our lives, and we shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Amen. The Lord be with you. May Almighty God bless you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Peace be with you.
National Anthem. Thank you, and God bless you. I still remain yours sincerely, Engineer Wona Kingsley. God bless you. Trouble no good, though. I cite you. Thank you. Aha, group photograph outside.